Welcome into San Bruno Park. Here just a few minutes south of San Francisco, the Stompers hit the road for the first time this season. They get set to battle the San Francisco Seagulls for the first of 8 meetings between the two clubs here in 2026. And San Francisco, after finishing dead last in the CCL North last season, start this season 2-0, a bit of a better start. A couple nice victories for Mark Caviglia and his crew. 12-11 victory over Menlo Park on opening night, and then a 5-4 win over Alameda. Maybe San Francisco has found the right gust of wind here to start 2026, Nate.
I see what you did there, Kieran,
Thank
because
you.
it is absolutely windy here at San Bruno. Our equipment has been blowing all over the place, but you wouldn't want it any other way here at San Bruno City Park, because that's what this environment is. It's always going to be windy here. It's always going to be a tricky place to play, and the Seagulls obviously are a very tricky team to put away because 2 one-run wins. These guys like to play close.
Yeah. Yesterday, it was Alameda who fell here at San Bruno Park. It was the home opener for San Francisco, and a 2 RBI single late in that contest lifted them to a comeback victory. And then on opening night, Nate, it was sort of a different story at Baylands Park. It was a 12-5 lead going into the bottom of the 9th inning. That one ended 12-11, so a 6 spot from the Legends made it close, but the back end of the bullpen did hold it down for the Seagulls today. And it's going to be an interesting one as they go up against Justin Jones, who pitched here last year, so he's ready for the conditions. He's also already gone once here in 2026, and he just looks good.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been impressed with what Jones has done for the Stompers so far. He was a returner from last year's team, and he was very impressive there as well. Pitched to a .6 ERA with Sonoma last summer. And then at Delta, he carried that into a really nice spring. 11 starts, a .422 ERA. Definitely someone that, if he has another strong summer, would be getting looks from a D1 level.
Yeah, Jones is a guy that competes in the zone. He's saying just 5'10", $180, but it's a challenge fastball and a nice breaker after that. The biggest thing, as we talked about, he doesn't walk a lot of guys. 18 walks in 53 1/3 innings at Delta. And then for Sonoma in 6 games in 2025, he walked just 5 hitters in 15 innings. He's a guy that's going to attack you in the zone. He really trusts his stuff. He was a little bit disappointed in a 4.22 earned run average at Delta College this spring. Zach Pace, I talked to him in the manager's report, he was really excited. He said Jones, year in, year out, whether at school or sporting Sonoma across his chest here for the Stompers, he's a guy that competes. And then on the lineup side, one of the big bats is missing, and that's Angel Garcia. What's this lineup going to have to do to pick up his absence, Nate?
Get hits, because that's what Garcia has done. He gets on base. One of the better starts to the CCL summer compared to the rest of the team. But luckily for them, there's a lot of production that they can turn to. You have Ben Sebastiani and Nick Sebastiani in the lineup together. Ben Sebastiani, last time we saw him, hit his first home run of a summer. So he's definitely getting into the swing of things, I would say. But it's really the top of the order that has to excite you the most. Keys, Vassell, Carlson, all 3 have produced at a high level this summer for Sonoma. That's a big reason why they won the game last night.
Yeah, a big hit from Hunter Carlson yet again. His 2 RBI single in the 6th was the difference in the game. The Stompers won 6-4. Thank you for joining us here. We're set up atop the bleachers here at San Bruno Park, getting you set for the Stompers and the Seagulls. The Stompers pregame show rolls on with Nate Martin. I'm Kieran Costa. We've talked about the bats, we've talked about the pitching, but why not go back to yesterday's game a little bit? And I think 2 guys really stood out. That's Angel Garcia. He walked 3 times and then was hit by a pitch in the 8th inning. He was hit flush on the hand. He took batting practice today. He threw today. Zach Pace said he would be available off the bench if needed, if the Stomps need a spark late. And Carlson, Nate, has just continued to produce, and he's been everything we've expected out of him.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about this yesterday, where you look at his production at Georgia State, and you're like, yeah, this guy's going to translate. You would think, and you just don't know until it happens. He had a slow couple days in non-league play, but he has been fireworks since getting into the California Collegiate League summer. A lot of singles, 2 walks yesterday, and a hit by pitch. Just a really, really inspiring performance. he's hoping to carry that over, and I wouldn't be surprised if he continues this up. He will cement himself as the 3-hole hitter in this lineup.
Yeah, adjustments were a big thing in yesterday's game, and that started at the top of the order. Trent Keys and Tino Vassell both started 0 for 2 in the game. They both grounded out in the first, and then Keys grounded out again in the third. Tino struck out, and then after that, Vassell hit by pitch walk his next 2 at-bats. That walk set up the Carlson RBI single in the 6th. That was an 8-pitch walk, and then Keys 2 singles, and one of the better pieces of hitting we've seen all year. Keys, a lefty, waited back and shot it through an empty left side. That kept the rally going in the 6th. So a lot expected from the top of that order yet again for Sonoma, but you touched on it. Let's talk about the bottom of that order. Connor Johnston, Ben Sebastiani, and Gage McCown. Ben, obviously, that huge home run in out-of-league play. He's just 0 for 2 limited run in the first 3 CCL contests. I'm interested to see what he does out of the DH spot today for Zach Pace.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a prove-it sort of spot for him today against CCL pitching. There's a lot of solid arms in the Seagulls rotation, so we'll see who they go to throughout the game today. But Sebastiani, I mean, righty power bat, that's something that you do really want to have in the lineup. Yes, you know you're getting out of that out of Carlson. Ayala's giving you a couple home runs as well, but to have another reliable guy that you know can clear it over the fence, that's going to be a big thing that Pace wants to have, especially in the back end of the order.
Last one here, Nate, as we wrap up shop on this Saturday edition of the Stompers pregame show. Let's talk about the dimensions here at San Bruno Park. It's just a city park here in San Bruno. It's back-to-back fields put together. So there's a short right field line with a fence, a deep left field line with a fence, and the left field is slanting upwards. Like if you remember Tal's Hill at Minute Maid Park in Houston, that was eradicated in the early 2010s. There's a slope in center field. That's what you have in left field here. So you got to get that ball up and over the outfielder's head and left, and then in center field, there's no fence. If you hit it over the center fielder's head, it might just keep on rolling into the softball field over there, so watch out. We could see an inside the park home run. And Nate, last question for you. Whether it be inside the park or over the fence, who's your homer draft pick today?
I mean, I feel like it's hard not to say with that short right field to go with Hunter
You got
Carlson.
6 lefties to choose from.
I think I could probably. I'm going to be tooting my horn a little bit here, and it's definitely not true. But I feel like if you gave me a football, I could probably throw it over the fence from where we're sitting right now. Like it is, it's right in eye distance. It's very, very close. Carlson's going to have a field day, and I think he, at some point this summer, is going to hit one over it.
Well, the Stompers return 3 more times here to San Bruno Park, so we'll get here a little bit early. We'll give you a football. We'll see if that's true, a short right field line.
It won't be.
Here in San Bruno, yeah. If my homer draft pick is Trent Keys, I think he runs into one here today. And my not to throw a football over the fence pick is you. It's still over 250 feet down that right field line. That's all the time we have today on the Sonoma Stompers pregame show. Thank you for joining us for an audio-only cast of the CCL. The 2-1 Stompers look to hand the Seagulls their first loss of the year at undefeated 2-0. We have lineups and first pitch next on the Sonoma Stompers broadcast network.
Local expertise
Fresco Rents.
worldwide.
What you need,
Sotheby's
when you need
International
it.
Realty is well
And
known for
we show
their
you
exceptional real estate agents that distinguish themselves in communities all over the world. To learn more about real estate in Napa, Sonoma, San Francisco, and the rest of the Bay Area, or around the globe, contact Sotheby's International Realty Wine Country Brokerage at 707-935-2288. That's 707-935-2288. Sotheby's International Realty. The Sonoma Stompers are excited to have Jacob's Restaurant providing all of our concessions this season. At the ballpark, you'll find gyros, Chicago dogs, pizza, and salads. But in their restaurant, you'll find an outstanding menu featuring the best Mediterranean-style offerings in town. Seafood linguine, chicken piccata, ravioli, risotto, pizza, and so much more. Don't forget to try their desserts. Jacob's Restaurant is located on 1266 Broadway, right next to Traintown. Jacob's Restaurant and the Sonoma Stompers, proud partners.
welcome to San Bruno. The Stompers hit the road for the first time in 2026, and their opponent is the San Francisco Seagulls, who enter with a 2-0 record, back-to-back wins over the last 2 nights. They face the Stompers 2-1, coming off a big victory over the Walnut Creek Crawdads last night. So the Stomps look to keep the winning ways a-rolling, and they do it with this lineup as announced by the manager, Zach Pace. The right fielder, Trent Keys, leads off, followed by the third baseman, Tino Vassell, and the first baseman, Hunter Carlson. The shortstop, Bryson Ayala, cleans it up. The second baseman, Misael Europero, follows that. The left fielder, Nick Sebastiani, hits in the 6th spot. The center fielder, Connor Johnston, 7th. The DH, Ben Sebastiani, hits 8th. And Gage McCown rounds out the 9 for the Stompers, sporting their road gray uniforms, navy numbers on the back, orange numbers on the front, Sonoma in navy script. While the Seagulls sport the home blacks with white numbers on the front, Seagulls across the front, blue and white trim along the edge of the jerseys. And they send Cameron Boyd to the hill, the 5'9", 175-pound lefty from Gilroy. He redshirted at Gavilan College, did not get an inning for the Rams in 2026.
Yeah, Cameron Boyd, there's not a ton on him. I mean, redshirted for the Rams from Gilroy. He said he's a lefty, though. And if that tells you anything, it tells you that the Seagulls know what to expect out of the Stompers so far. They have, the Stompers have 6 lefties in the lineup right now. It makes sense. You have a 250-foot right field wall, and a lot of guys are hoping to take advantage of that. So it makes sense you want to fight a lefty with a lefty of your own.
Yeah, San Bruno Park, about 20 minutes south of San Francisco. Seagulls and Stompers met 7 times last year. Sonoma took 4 out of those 7, and they went 2-1 here at San Bruno Park. That included 2 wins where they put up double-digit runs. They try and do that again today, and that starts with the man at the plate, a left-handed hitter, Trent Keys. Lefty, lefty, lefty here in the first for Zach Pace. Keys, a left-handed hitter, and Boyd, a lefty pitcher. So left on left we go to start the ball game. A high set, and the pitch to Keys is taken for ball 1. A 6:05 right on time first pitch by the Seagulls. It's 62 degrees. Keys, feet very close together, back of the box. The pitch. He takes a called strike, says the home plate umpire Mark Pascal. Paul Remedios helps him down the first baseline, and down the third baseline today is Felix Zhang. Keys awaits a 1-1. Lefty's been on base in all 3 league games, and he fouls this one back to the screen. The count's 1-2.
He's been on base all 7 games so far played by Sonoma.
That he has.
A lot of times multiple.
Earned himself a much-needed off day yesterday, or a much-needed off day against Petaluma a few days ago. Was in the lineup and contributing yesterday against Walnut Creek. The pitch to Keys is hit down the left field line. Heflin comes over and in. He has a very bad read on it, but makes the catch. That was a knuckling line drive down the left field line. Heflin came in, was fighting the sun, and sort of stabbed at it, but he made the catch.
I mean, Heflin was staring right at the sun right there. It's a tough play to make, especially in a weird left field, which by now I'm sure Heflin and a lot of the Seagulls outfielders are used to.
Just their second game here. You never know.
Still getting used to it then, clearly.
Yeah, maybe. They're just getting started. No out-of-league slate for San Francisco. First pitch to Vassell is off the plate away 1-0. We'll set the defense behind Cameron Boyd. He's pitching to A.J. Hurtado, the catcher. It goes Heflin, German, Waldvogel left to right, Brewer, Feliciano, Wall, and Lamoth third to first. 1-0 to Tino, low outside 2-0. And Vassell in front of Boyd. 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts, but a walk, a hit by pitch, and 2 runs scored for Tino in 2 league games. Looking to get the Stompers rolling in inning number 1. He takes outside. It's 3-0. One more wide one. The Stompers will have their first base runner of the ball game. 3-0. Vassell takes high for ball four. 4-pitch walk to the second man in the Stomper order. And a man you never want to face with any aboard, it's Hunter Carlson, the team leader in hits with 5 and the team leader in runs batted in with 4.
This is my my guy right here.
No, it's your homer pick, Nate. See what he can do here in the early going on a blustery day south of San Francisco. 21-mile-per-hour gusts. Carlson, a lefty, takes low. That's 5 consecutive pitches out of the zone if you're counting. And now Carlson's hunting a cookie. Stompers looking to put up some run support before today's starter Justin Jones even takes the hill. Carlson will wait as a gimme check over to Tino Vassell. At first, a very short lead. He's back without a dive. First base coach today, Jacoby Heyer, and the third base coach, Dave Hoke. A pitch to Carlson is low again. 6 straight out of the zone. It's 2-0. And this is a tough spot to be. Bryson Ayala on deck. You don't really want to pitch to him. Carlson ahead 2-0. If you leave one over the plate, he could take advantage of a short porch out and right. 2-0. Hunter takes high. 3 balls and no strikes. You have a counter on consecutive misses, Nate?
That's 7.
That's 7. One more wide one would put first and second for the Stomps with nobody out.
Don't ask me that question again. I struggle
I know.
higher than that.
3-0. Carlson takes a called strike. If you miss with 7 straight, you're going to get a little bit of leeway from the home plate umpire, and that's exactly what Mark Pascal gave him. See if he comes in the zone now on 3-1. Hitters count. The pitch is hit high in the air, up foul and out of play. The count runs full 3-2. And if you're Carlson, you're a team's leader in hits, but a walk would do the job here. You get Bryson Ayala to the plate. He's second on the team in RBIs with 3. He picked one up yesterday. Carlson all the way back in the box, kicking out that back line. Payoff is hit hard the other way. If it stays fair, it's a knock, but it drifts foul.
Landed on that hill in left field foul. The ball's going to be tough to run down if it stays fair on that left field line for anyone, let alone, you know, the home outfielder who's only playing his second game here.
The outfield shades Carlson to go the other way. The payoff to Carlson is bounced weakly at the third baseline. Coming in is Brewer. He picks it up fair. He throws to first in time. A very close play. A nice one by Jake Brewer. Carlson's retired 5-3. To second base goes Vassell. There's a runner in scoring position with 2 outs for Bryson Ayala.
I mean, with these dimensions, that's always going to feel like one of the biggest outs in the order for San Francisco today. And that wasn't an easy out to get. He forced a long at bat, and he made it a really bang-bang play over at first.
Ayala, right-handed hitter, the first righty in the lineup today for Zach Pace. Has the matchup advantage over the lefty Boyd. A high set up over his shoulders. Vassell runs. Ayala takes, whoa, it's going to kick away. He can't find it. Vassell, a very wide turn, but holds at third. That's a true stolen base for Vassell, his second in as many days. And now the work gets much harder for A.J. Hurtado. If one gets past him like that one, Vassell's going to score from just 90 feet away.
Smooth jump by Vassell. He had that all day.
He did. A great read off of Cameron Boyd. The pitch missed. It's 1-0 to Ayala. Bryson takes low in the dirt. Nice job by Hurtado. Thank you for joining us here on a Saturday night in San Bruno. Kieran Costa alongside Nate Martin with the radio feed of the CCL Clash. Miseo Europero at the inning continues. Ayala trying to get that run home just 90 feet away. The 2-0 is foul back to the screen, 2-1.
Ayala today sporting 47, not
Yeah,
his
new
usual number. The man behind him, Yupera, wearing his 51.
2-1 to Ayala. Fouled back again. The count's 2-2. And now Cameron Boyd is one pitch away from getting out of it. The lefty redshirted at Gavilan. That's in Gilroy, his hometown. He went to Christopher High School out there. Ayala right on top of the plate. A tall 6'5" righty. Awaits a 2-2 and strikes out swinging on a fastball. The inning is over. For the Stompers, no runs on, no hits, no Seagull errors, and a man left. We head on to the bottom of the first. Radio only here on the road on the Stompers broadcast network. Sonoma couldn't score in the top of first, and they send Justin Jones to the hill, the 5'10", 180-pound righty. The 20-year-old from Walnut Creek started at Los Medanos College and spent last year at Delta, where in 16 of his 11 appearances were starts. He went 5-5 with a 4.22 earned run average. 43 strikeouts in 51 and a third innings. Jones will work against Emilio Feliciano, a CCL veteran. He's bounced around to a couple of squads. Now he finds himself on the Seagulls, and he swings at the first pitch and pops it up on the infield, right behind the pitcher's mound. Bryson Ayala slides and can't make the catch. That's going to go as an error against Ayala, but someone has to make a call there on a high pop-up, one away. Ayala made the play. He came all the way in. He went into a slide there, just bounced in and out of his glove.
And no one really claimed that one. That was a weird play.
That's right in the middle of the infield. It should be Ayala's ball as the captain of the infield. And now Davis German from Moorhead State comes in. First pitch, that swung on and hit high in the air, out behind second. Ayala going to have another chance, but he's called off by the center fielder, Johnston, who makes the catch. 2 swings and 2 pop-ups. One an error and now one an out.
Good job by Johnston for calling for that one, because I don't think Ayala had that read at all either. The sunshine is so bright here. It's facing right on Ayala down that left field line.
If I'm Jones, maybe I throw one out of the zone, see if they're just going to swing at everything. Tanner Wall, who just graduated from St. Francis High School in Mountain View, is committed to Pepperdine. Digs in from the left side. Feliciano is still at first. Not running, and the pitch is swung on and lined into left field, a base hit. 3 straight swings by the Seagulls. Error, flyout, and now a single. First and second for San Francisco, and that brings up the cleanup man, Christian Lamoth.
That's the scouting report on Justin Jones. He throws in the zone, and the Seagulls are clearly ready to attack on that.
I mean, that Iowa error looks even bigger now. If you catch that, it was 2 outs on 2 pitches. Instead, it drops. Another lefty in Lamothe. Jones stares in to get his sign with a couple men aboard. Comes set at the letters. Takes a peek back at second and comes home. It's another swing, this time a miss. It's 0-1. Beautiful pitch from Jones, and he's going to call Gage McCown, his catcher, out to the mound to talk something over. And I asked Zach Pace about this today before the game. Jones is a guy that, if it could be bases loaded, no one out, he could have had 8 straight strikeouts. He's going to have the exact same mannerisms on the mound. He's always cool, calm, and collected on the hill. Never really gives the hitter anything to feed off of, and never looks like he's throwing pressure pitches, even when there's 2 on and 1 out. Jones takes a peek at second, checks again, and comes to the plate. Lamothe takes low. That one's past McCown. The runners are going to take a base each. And now there's second and third, and the Seagulls have a chance to put up a crooked number in the first. Lamothe got some run at St. Bonaventure, trying to contribute here for the goals. Second and third, 1 out. The 1-2. 2-1, beg your pardon, is bounced to third. Vassell gloves it. The run's going to come home. The throw across the diamond is in time. So Lamothe does his job. It's a 5-3 ground out, but an RBI. Feliciano comes in to score, having to hold at second as well. And now it's A.J. Hurtado's turn.
First road inning and you fall behind a run early. It's a new situation for the Stompers. We'll see how they approach on the top of the second.
That runner's still at second base now with 2 outs. First pitch, fastball misses low. Hurtado, another one of those Coppin State guys, played the last 3 seasons for the Golden Eagles. Right-handed hitter, bat pointed straight back behind his head over that back shoulder. The pitch is high 2-0.
Of course, teammates with Angel Garcia, who's getting the, I don't want to say the day off, but on the bench right now, ready to go in case a close game situation late on.
Garcia could pick up a late inning pinch hit appearance. The second baseman, Europera, shaded towards the bag. The pitch is right down the middle for a called strike 2-1. Feliciano reached on an error. German flew out. Wall singled. They moved up to second and third on a wild pitch, and then Lamothe delivered an RBI ground out. 1-0 Seagulls in the first. 2-1 pitch coming from Jones. Popped up, foul, and out of play.
That's how you come back in the count, just by attacking in the zone. Expect a lot of that today from Justin.
Yeah, Jones trusts his stuff. He's not afraid to go to any pitch in his arsenal and throw it in the zone here, even with the runner in scoring position. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1 already home for San Francisco. Another run out at second base. Jones is 2-2. Bounce foul past the third base coach, Andres Medina. Cage Cascone coaches at first.
That one nearly hit Sonoma's own third base coach, Dave Hoku, who's kind of peeking out of a dugout.
A deep breath on the mound for Jones. Staring in to get the sign from the catcher, McCown. Comes set at the letters. Holds, and delivers. The pitch is a ball, and McCown can't corral it cleanly. It's a stolen base for Wall. So now nothing can get past McCown, but even bigger, it's a full count, and Cade Heflin waits on deck. Payoff pitch coming with 2 outs. Jones to the plate. Struck him out swinging. Hurtado Cuts and misses. A feeble attempt from the catcher, and the inning is over. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. We head to the second. 1-0 Seagulls. Misael Europero leads off in the Stompers' second inning. They find themselves down a run. An error turns costly for the Stomps in the top of the inning. And it really is a windy day here in San Bruno. You can see the dirt just flying up. Europero squares the bunt, pulls it back. The pitch skips in there, and Brewer now crashing from third.
I wasn't really that impressed by Boyd in that first inning. A lot of his pitches were all over the place. He kind of got sold up by some good defensive plays and then a tough plate appearance from Bryson Ayala.
A pitch to Europero's a called strike. Not bunting that time, but deep at third is Brewer still. I think if Europero can get this one down cleanly, he might have himself a knock. The pitch, swing and a miss, chased a breaking ball, and the count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Europero 2 for 3 with a walk. In yesterday's ball game, he's 3 for 10 in league action so far. He's a lefty and Boyd's a lefty. The pitch is low again, and the count's 2-2. Misael, All-Horizon League freshman team, started 53 games for the Youngstown State Penguins out in Central Ohio. Here he awaits a 2-2 pitch and just gets a piece to foul it back. A gritty at-bat from Misael to start the second.
Woods looks better this inning. Really, and it started with an Ayala at-bat. Getting a lot more chases now on his pitches.
Yeah, he'd walked Vassell on 4 pitches and then threw 3 straight balls to Carlson and then battled back to win that. Europero strikes out swinging on an off-speed pitch. Back-to-back strikeouts dating back to last frame. There's one away. Just getting started here at San Bruno Park. 1-0 San Francisco leads. That brings up the left fielder, Nick Sebastiani. Nick 1 for 11 in league action. He takes low again, and when Boyd is missing low, the pitches are not even making it the 60 feet, 6 inches to the plate. They're skipping in there and skipping by Hurtado. We'll see if that changes with the man on. It'll be the righty Sebastiani and then the lefty Johnston in Zach Pace's Saturday lineup card. The pitch to Sebastiani, up and away, 2-0. Stompers have gotten ahead a couple times here. They either need to draw that walk or find a big barrel. 2-0. Sebastiani hits it hard towards second, ranging over his wall. Behind the bag, he throws to first just in time. A slow developing ground ball. Sebastiani out by half a step. And that brings up the lefty Connor Johnston. Johnson redshirted at Bellarmine. 1 for 3, a strikeout and a hit by pitch in his lone league appearance. Trying to get a little 2-out rally going for the Stomps. They trail 2-0, 2 outs, nobody on, top 2. First pitch is outside. That's a first pitch miss to the first 3 hitters this inning. Lefty on lefty. Boyd's delivery is low. Beautifully framed by Hurtado to bring that one back up to the knees. Did not fool the home plate umpire, Mark Pascal. Sonoma and San Francisco met 7 times last year. The first here is lined into right field. Walvo started in, now back, and he makes the catch. A hard hit baseball by Connor Johnston, but it finds a glove, and the inning is over. The Stomps go 1-2-3 in the second, 1.5 in the books. Sonoma trails it 1-0.
Local expertise worldwide. Sotheby's International Realty is well known for their exceptional real estate agents that distinguish themselves in communities all over the world. To learn more about real estate in Napa, Sonoma, San Francisco, and the rest of the Bay Area, or around the globe, contact Sotheby's International Realty Wine Country Brokerage at 707-935-2288. That's 707-935-2288. Sotheby's International Realty. The Sonoma Stompers are excited to have Jacob's Restaurant providing all of our concessions this season. At the ballpark, you'll find gyros, Chicago dogs, pizza, and salads. But in their restaurant, you'll find an outstanding menu featuring the best Mediterranean-style offerings in town. Seafood linguine, chicken piccata, ravioli, risotto, pizza, and so much more. Don't forget to try their desserts. Jacob's Restaurant is located on 1266 Broadway, right next to Traintown. Jacob's Restaurant and the Sonoma Stompers, proud partners. Local expertise worldwide. Sotheby's International Realty is well.
We play on here in the bottom of the second inning. The Stompers trail the Seagulls 1-0. Justin Jones back out there. He allowed a single, and there was an error behind him on an infield pop fly. He faces Cade Heflin, Derek Waldvogel, and then Blake Cowens. Starts with Heflin from Wheeling University. Heflin in left field today for manager Mark Caviglia. He digs in from the left side. As Jones stares in to get the sign from Carlson. Working from the stretch only. First pitch is bounced into fair territory up the first base line. Carlson is the first baseman today. He takes it to the bag himself, 1 down. Gage McCown behind the plate. That's 5 times that we've seen a Seagull swing at the first pitch. Set the defense. McCown is the catcher. Carlson at first. Uripero at second. Ayala at short. And Vassell at third. Sebastiani, Johnson, and Keys go left to right in your outfield. And Derek Waldvogel, a righty, steps in sporting the number 42. First pitch. Another first pitch swing, a check swing, and it goes foul back to the screen. Jones ahead 1-0. Waldvogel played last year at Skyline College, and he was very productive, hitting over 300. His second year here with the Seagulls. He started with the Seagull Youth Academy. The pitch is bounced to third. Vassell knocks it down and won't have a play. So it's going to go as an infield single for Derek Waldvogel. Vassell saved extra bases by knocking that ball down. 1 on, 1 out for Blake Cowens.
Yeah, it's a tough play to make. It's right down that third base line, and he kind of had to backhand it, keep it in front of him, keep the runner at first. That's high IQ play there by Vassell.
Blake Cowens now bats. Played last year at Cal State University, Monterey Bay. Ayala and Europero up the middle, play for 2. Jones has already induced 3 ground balls today, wants another. Slide step delivery is high 1-0. Jones allowed just 1 earned run in 15 innings for Sonoma last year. That run in the first inning should go as unearned. The pitch. Cold strike at the knees, a beauty to Cowens. The DH stays in a 1-1 count.
Cowens, one of the CCL veterans of the group, played with Legends for a couple summers in the row of Menlo Park.
Stompers will see them next weekend. The pitch from Jones. Swing and a miss. Cowens chases a fastball well up above the zone. Runner leads from first. That's Waldvogel with 1 out. Stompers trail it 1-0 in the second. Jones delivers. It's hit high in the air to left center field. Sebastiani and Johnson come together. It's the left fielder, Nick Sebastiani, who makes the call and the catch. There's 2 away. Every ball in the air with these 20-plus mile-per-hour winds feel like an adventure. Sebastiani had that one all the way. Tracked it into his glove, and now if you're Jones, you're 1 pitch away from getting out of it against the 9-hitter Jake Brewer. Started at Kenyatta College and then transferred to Cal State Monterey Bay. Didn't play this past season. Another guy that's come up through the Seagulls Youth Academy. Now up with the college Seagulls, as they call him. He swings first pitch and sends it to center. Johnson started back, comes in, and makes the catch. An easy inning for Jones. He strands a 1-out single right there. We head to inning number 3. Sonoma trails it 1-0. Top of inning number 3. Stompers trail it 1-0. Just one base runner. That was Tino Vassell with a 1-out walk in the first. He was left at third. Ben Sebastiani, Gage McCown, and then back to the top in Trent Keys. Sebastiani takes low inside 1-0. Then 0 for 2 with a strikeout in league action. He did homer against the Petaluma Leghorns earlier this week in a non-CCL contest. Takes outside. Has the College of Marin logo on his helmet still, where he had a very nice year for the Mariners. Average up 200 points, led the team in hits and average. He takes a 2-0 outside 3-0 hitters count for Sebastiani.
First CCL game of the summer where both Sebastianis, Ben and Nick, are in the lineup together.
Too bad we don't have the other two cousins, Europero and Garcia. And Ben Sebastiani works a 4-pitch walk. Didn't see one in the zone. That brings up the 9-hitter Gage McCown.
We kind of talked about early on how this game was about, kind of a prove-it game for Sebastiani against some good CCL pitching in the lineup today as the DH. Your one job is to hit. Good first test so far, passed it with flying colors.
We've seen the starter Boyd lose command for a string of pitches. That was a 4-pitch walk to start the third, and he's going to pick back to first base Sebastiani. There, just a one-step lead. McCown 0 for 5. 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch in CCL action. Just the 4th league contest of 2026. Stompers trail this one 1-0. McCown takes a called strike. That's, in essence, a get-me-over after a 4-pitch walk to Sebastiani.
When McCown's locked in an at-bat, he's a really tough out. That first game against San Luis Obispo had a couple of walks.
Runner leads from first. That's Ben Sebastiani. Not running. McCown takes low 1-0.
He just has to be patient like there. He saw a pitch in the dirt, didn't really want to go for it. That's smart hitting for McCown.
Yeah, McCown working a lot on his timing in batting practice, getting that front foot down early. The pitch to him is hit hard down the left field line. It's going to dunk in for a fair ball. Heflin stumbles. It's rolling all the way into the corner. Ben Sebastiani gets the wave. The throw is airmailed over the cutoff. The first hit for Gage McCown's an RBI double. And the Stompers tie this game at 1.
Cade Heflin had a very weird read of that one right into the sun. It landed on the hill, rolled up it off the wall, and Heflin almost missed it on the first go-around. Really, really tough place to play out there in left here in San Bruno, and the Stomps take advantage.
There was definitely a stumble there from Heflin. I don't know if he ran cross country in high school. That's hill repeats. That's a up slanting left field.
Well, his sister Skylar ran track at Kennesaw State.
Maybe he did. We don't know. McCown dancing off second base. Keys swings and misses late on a fastball. It's 0-1. Hard hit baseball off the bat of McCown. He yanked it down that left field line, and it yielded the game tying RBI single. We're level at 1. Here in the top of the third, he's still at second with nobody out. The pitch to Keys is a called strike, 0-2.
It's not often you see Keys fall behind 0-2, especially on a first pitch swing and miss.
Trying to left-handed hitter, points that bat straight up towards the sky, kicking out the back white of the batter's box. The 0-2 is low outside 1-2. No action in either bullpen here in the third. And right as I say that, O'Reilly is going to get up and start throwing in the Seagull pen. Left on left here, a pick back to second. There's nobody there. The throw goes into center field. McCown is going to get held up at third. That's a miscommunication. An error will be charged to Boyd, the pitcher. He whirled and then just threw it to absolutely nobody.
Neither one of the middle infielders, Wall and Feliciano, were ready for that. It was probably a good 6 feet of separation between the nearest infielder and the ball thrown by Boyd.
So now the Stompers have a runner 90 feet away with no one out. Keys takes outside. He's leveled it up at 2-2.
And this all comes back to that 4-pitch walk to the leadoff man, Sebastiani. You know, even if you've kind of come back in the inning and you're starting to locate a little bit more, it can still hurt you so much.
Infield back for the Seagulls. The first and third baseman even with the bag. The pitch to Keys is outside. Baseball faux pas here as the Seagulls booth started a song in the middle of the pitch to TK25.
I think it's been long enough in the season, Kieran. We can call him TK3.
That is true. I'm stuck in my old ways of last year where he got on base at over 400 clip. Trying to do the same here. He awaits a payoff pitch, and it's not close. It's going to kick off the backstop, and holding at third base is Gage McCown. That's one of the biggest differences between here in San Francisco and at Arnold Field. There's no room between the catcher and the backstop here at San Bruno Park, and this was my question to Dave Hoke, the third base coach, before the game, and he said they're looking for a kick. If it kicks up the third base line or first base line, they're going to be aggressive with that runner from third, but you could be in a situation like that one. It caroms right back to the catcher, and he would have been out at the plate.
Keys heads over to first there. I was on the 3-2 pitch, and now there's a mound visit and a pitcher's change for the Seagulls.
Caviglia goes to the bullpen. We'll tell you all about the new pitcher when we return. It's a 1-1 ball game. The Stompers threatening with runners at the corners and nobody out in the top of inning number 3. We'll tell you all about the new man on the other side. Kai Hanasaki, the righty from Tokyo, Japan, comes out of the bullpen. Last year at Cumberland University, he gave up 8 earned runs in just 6 innings pitched. A Mississippi Valley State transfer enters a sticky situation for the Seagulls in the third. It's a 1-1 game, runners at the corners, nobody out. And he's facing Tino Vassell, who stole a base and was stranded in the first. The righty, Hanasaki, comes to the plate. Vassell takes outside 1-0. And Nate, for however much you believe in playing the matchups, you went from a lefty to a righty with a lefty in the box and a lefty on deck. At this level, who knows how much that matters. We'll see if Vassell can do anything with what on paper is a matchup advantage. Runner from first is Keys. He bluffs and doesn't go. The pitch is a called strike.
Well, I mean, this top of the order didn't really do much. Yeah, Vassell drew a 4-pitch walk, but other than that, you had a lineout from Keys, who's on base. Carlson grounded out to a fielder's choice, and then Ayala struck out.
A check on first. Keys is back with a dive. McCown dancing on third. Runners at the corners. 1 out. Nobody out, beg your pardon. 1-1 pitch coming to Tino Vassell. Keys bluffs again, doesn't go. Vassell swings and misses. An ever rowdy Seagulls dugout down that first base line. This is a runner at third, infield back, less than 2-out situation. Vassell needs to pick up an RBI any way that he can. The pitch. Vassell hits a weak ground ball to second. Hall throws to first just in time to get Vassell, but he does his job. That's what Zach Pace would call an easy stake. It's an RBI for Vassell. His first ribby of league play. Sonoma leads it 2-1. And Keys was running on that pitch, so he makes second and is out of the double play. And on his way back to the dugout, Vassell's going to give a scouting report to Ayala in the on-deck circle. But first, a tall task is getting Hunter Carlson out. He entered play today 5 for 10. Hanaki wields towards second.
That middle of the infield has not been ready for those checks back to second. I don't know why he's doing that.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever a daylight play on there. That one might have been a courtesy check. But yeah, we saw that was a big issue for the starter Boyd, who threw one into center. Carlson takes a ball.
That's kind of what I'm getting at there. I mean, if you're going to check over and throw, you better make sure, I'm sure someone's there for it. Obviously, Hanasaki didn't throw there, but the infield's also got to be ready to be there.
Runner at second is Keys. The hitter at the plate is Carlson. 2-1 Stompers with 1 out. Hunter hits it high in the air down the right field line, way back there, and it's gone! Derek Waldvogel, the right fielder, ran over the outfield fence. And Nate Martin, who'd you pick in the pregame show to go yard? Hunter Carlson's first jack of 2026 to the short porch and right. Sonoma leads it 4-1.
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm a genius for calling that, but I mean, it was pretty obvious. Short porch, the best lefty power bat Sonoma has. It was always going to be hard on Carlson to send one over the fence.
You go with the chalk pick and he pays off for you. I wish it was that easy on my FanDuel account. Long home run for Carlson. It's 4 home in the inning, and the Stompers lead at 4-1. Ayala takes low outside to the backstop 1-0. That ball was tattooed by Hunter Carlson.
To your point, I don't think you'd ever see minus odds for someone to hit a home run in FanDuel for anything.
I don't think
in the
so.
MLB. Hunter Carlson today at San Bruno probably was minus odds to hit a home run.
And he did that in his second trip. Ayala takes high and tight. Hanasaki buzzes the tower of the 6'5" right-handed hitter from Tulane, but Ayala will take it. He's ahead in the count 2-0. 2-0's in there. The catcher, Hurtado, couldn't corral it, but the count's 2-1. That closes the book on Cameron Boyd. 3 runs all earned. 2-1 to Ayala. He's late on a fastball. The count's 2-2. A 4 spot here in the inning. Ben Sebastiani walked. Gage McCown doubled. Trent Keys walked. Vassell grounded out, and Carlson with the big blow. Ayala hits a cue shot up the first baseline. Lamoth gloves and takes it to the bag himself. There's 2 away. And that brings up Misael Uripero.
Yeah, this is a great response from the Stompers lineup. They had some flashes of good stuff in the first time through the order. But, I mean, 8 and 9 with Sebastiani and McCown both getting on. McCown scoring the run with that double. If you're the top of the order and you see that, you're going to feel inspired. You've already seen kind of what a pitcher looks like in this park. Great response from the Stomps.
Now it brings up the left-handed hitter, Misael Uripero, who takes low 1-0. First pitch strikes, clearly an issue for Mark Caviglia's pitching staff. Mark, the head man for the entire Seagulls program. It's a youth academy all the way up to a college team. He gets to be the field manager this season. Uripero takes high 2-0.
It's just a really cool idea to have, a an academy that goes all the way up from elementary school to now college level teams. You have obviously a couple of academy graduates in the lineup today in the back end of the order for the Seagulls.
The pitch to Europero is outside 3-0.
And it's just kind of, I'd imagine it's pretty powerful if you're affiliated to see like these guys grow and develop under your leadership to the point where they're playing in college and you can have him on your summer ball team in the off season.
The pitch to Europero is high and outside, another 4-pitch walk. Europero's aboard, and that brings up Nick Sebastiani, who grounded out. A note on Ayala, he's 0 for 10 since that home run against the Blues. That does include a walk and an RBI, though. Sebastiani from the right side. Hanasaki slings it to the plate, and Nick pops it up and foul back over the screen. Cameron Boyd, 2+ innings, 1 hit, 3 runs, all earned. He walked 3 and struck out 2. He left with just 1 run on the ledger, but both inherited runners scored under Kai Hanasaki's watch. Hanasaki delivers to Sebastiani, low. And he's missed with 5 of the last 6. The count's 1-1 to the Stomper left fielder. Sebastiani takes. Maybe high, maybe inside. Either way, it's a hitter's count. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count. Sebastiani 1 for 12 in league play. But the coaches say the swing's still there from last year. He picks up some timing. He'll be ready to rock. The runner goes. The pitch is called a ball. The throw goes into center field. And Europero went with a headlong dive. He could not get up quick enough. The home plate umpire, Pascal, called that one a strike to Sebastiani. It's a stolen base for Europero and another runner in scoring position. 2-2 offer with a man at second is ball outside, and the mistake was on the scoreboard. I did guess that pitch was a ball. I would have been correct. It's back-to-back walks for Kai Hanasaki, and Cage Cascone comes out to the mound to talk things over with Hanasaki, who's entered this game. He got Tino Vasil to hit a ground ball to the second baseman, and then Hunter Carlson took him yard, a pull shot by the lefty down the right field line. He got Bryson Ayala to ground out to the first baseman, and then he's walked Europero and Sebastiani. So there's 2 on and 2 out, and Connor Johnston's the 9th man to bat in the inning.
If you want to play the matchup, I mean, it felt like a curious time to bring in a righty when you had the best lefty power bat up in the order. That home run's a big difference in the score right now. Instead of it just being 1-1, it's, 4-1 because of Carlson.
My guess is I don't think he really wanted Cameron Boyd to get a second time through. I think Carlson saw 7 pitches in that first at-bat. I think he might have done the exact same thing he did to Hanasaki if he'd faced Boyd. But you never do know. The first pitch to Connor Johnston's hit hard but foul down the first base line. Lamoth went into a headlong dive to try and field a foul ball. Instead, it rolls into the corner. Set up at San Bruno City Park. It's an audio-only broadcast, so there's no center field fence. If you're wondering, it sort of runs forever into a second baseball field. So you get one over the center fielder's head. My money's on an inside the Parker. Johnson, all he needs to do is find a gap. The 0-1 is bounced off home plate weakly up the third baseline. Fielded by Hanasaki. His throw to first is just in time. Nice play fielding his position by Hanasaki. 9 Stompers come to the plate. 4 come across. We head to the bottom of inning number 3. Justin Jones works with a lead for the first time today. The score is 4-1 Sonoma.
Known for their exceptional real estate agents that distinguish themselves in communities all over the world. To learn more about real estate in Napa, Sonoma, San Francisco, and the rest of the Bay Area, or around the globe, contact Sotheby's International Realty Wine Country Brokerage at 707-935-2288. That's 707-935-2288. Sotheby's International Realty. The Sonoma Stompers are excited to have Jacob's Restaurant providing all of our concessions this season. At the ballpark, you'll find gyros, Chicago dogs, pizza, and salads. But in their restaurant, you'll find an outstanding menu featuring the best Mediterranean-style offerings in town. Seafood linguine, chicken piccata, ravioli, risotto, pizza, and so much more. Don't forget to try their desserts. Jacob's Restaurant is located on 1266 Broadway, right next to Traintown. Jacob's Restaurant and the Sonoma Stompers, proud partners.
Emilio Feliciano, the leadoff man, will do just that in the third inning. The Seagulls now trailing by the score of 4-1. Hunter Carlson's two-run home run, the big blow in the top of this third inning. The pitch, Feliciano takes a called strike. 4-1 your score. Feliciano leading off the home half of the third. Right-handed hitter, back of the box. The pitch is fouled, and I think that got a piece of the home plate umpire. That would be Mark Pascal today.
It's pretty cool for Angel Garcia. I mean, obviously you wish he was playing this game, but he has a couple of his teammates from Coppin State in the lineup, including Feliciano. Hit 250 there this past spring.
Jones way out in front, 0-2, looking for just his second strikeout of the evening. That one's hit into shallow left center field. A long run for Connor Johnston. He's called off by the left fielder Sebastiani, who makes the catch. Nick Sebastiani's playing a very nice left field in what's not an easy left field to play.
It certainly helps for a lot of his early season reps are in center at Arnold, another difficult outfield to play, but this is easily the toughest outfield in all of the CCL North or South.
Yeah, but the hill is befuddling in left, and then there's no fence in center. The pitch is high, 1-0.
I mean, the best way I could explain this is like a stadium you'd pick with your friends on MLB The Show if you just want to mess around.
It's Polo Grounds-esque. That one, it's probably 480 to center too here. The pitch is a called strike.
And what, 250 to right, and then the left field's got a hill up it? It is literally, it's a stadium you'd make in MLB The Show.
Does look that way. 0-1 coming to the righty. It's hit to third, foul. And this is what Justin Jones does when he gets rolling. He challenges in the zone early. He gets either quick outs or gets ahead in the count. And then when he's ahead in the count, he's very good at putting hitters away. Faced the Seagulls twice last year. His 0-2 is hit hard back up the middle and through for a base hit. 2-out knock by Davis German. The Moorhead State man is aboard with a single, and that brings up Tanner Wall.
That's what Davis German does for you. I mean, this is a guy who hit a career average of 320 with Moorhead State as a 3-year starter. Second team All-Ohio Valley Conference this past year, his senior season.
Tanner Wall, a lefty committed to Pepperdine. Just graduated high school. He takes low, and the count's 1-0.
Good job by McCown blocking that.
Stompers put up 4 runs in the top of this third inning. They lead it 4-1. The pitch. Right through the heart. Splits the plate with a fastball.
See a couple of new coaches being added to the St. Francis football staff?
I did. It's definitely an athletic powerhouse down there on the peninsula.
Alex Smith, former NFL cornerback. Bryant Young as well.
0-1 is bounced back up the middle. Ayala gloves it to second one. The turn to first is in time. 6-4-3 go the Stompers. A beautiful glove flip by Bryson Ayala, and Justin Jones induces the double play. We've played 3 here in San Bruno. The Stompers lead at 4-1. Nate Martin takes over the play-by-play duties on the other side.
Welcome back to sunny San Bruno. 61 degrees with some wind here as the Stompers are ahead of the Seagulls. 4-1 here in the top of the 4th. I'm Nate Martin. It's going to be 8-9-1 to the plate here. Ben Sebastiani, Gage McCown, and Trent Keys facing Hanasaki of the Seagulls. First pitch in the dirt, blown away, ball 1. This is the part of the order that in the last inning put up the 4 spot. Sebastiani walked, McCown a double, and Keys a walk. The 1-0 from Hanasaki working from the first base side. Hit to opposite field, dropping and caught. One hung up just a little bit too long and allowed the right fielder, Waldvogel, to get there in time for out number 1. So Sebastiani goes down on the F9, brings up Gage McCown with 1 down here in the top of the 4th. Stomps lead 4-1. McCown got his first hit of the summer as a Stomper, a RBI double in the 3rd, his 2nd time through the order. Hanasaki delivers. Low in the zone, no, rather misses 1-0. McCown's really impressed as a pitcher. 3 strikeout performance in his debut as he awaits the 1-0. Rips to 3rd off the glove of the 3rd baseman, and it allows McCown to get on for the 2nd time today. Really, really tough play to make for the 3rd baseman, Jake Brewer. One that he's going to want back as it brings up the top of the order on the E5. McCown at first. Keys to the plate, 1 down here in the top of the 4th. Stomps lead 4-1. The delivery to Keys, high for a ball, 1-0. Arms starting to toss in the Seagulls dugout. Hanasaki has looked vulnerable at times through his performance. Hanasaki pitches, outside for ball 2. Keys so far today, a line out to left and a walk. Has gotten on base every single game as a Stomper this summer he's played in. 2-0, hitters count. Hit high to left field into foul territory. Under it is Brewer, and he hauls it in for out number 1 behind the Stompers bullpen. Had to chase a lot to get that one, and the wind died down to help him. 2 down here in the top of the 4th with a runner on first and McCown. Brings up Tino Vassell, 3rd time through the order. Keys with a word, and they're saying actually he dropped it. He could not haul it in. I thought he made that grab. And Pace is saying that he caught it, but the home plate umpire is saying that it was out of play. So that's going to keep Keys at the plate. A bit of honesty from Pace couldn't pay off. The home plate umpire insisted that that was out of play.
Yeah, the confusion was with Trent Keys, who started going back to the dugout, and Zach Pace was just making sure he went back into the batter's box.
So it's Keys at the plate right now in a 2-1 count with McCown at first. Stompers lead 4-1. Pitch missed. Big swing from Keys to bring the count to 2-2.
Yeah, there's no fences down either line, really. Down the right side, it sort of goes into a walking path, and the left side just sort of goes on forever.
The 2-2. Got him looking. Fastball high in the zone, fooled Keys.
Now batting, Tino Vassell.
That was Hanasaki's first punch out of a day, and the first strikeout of the evening for TK3 brings up Tino Vassell with 2 down.
First strikeout of the CCL season for Trent.
One of the toughest outs in the Stompers order, and Hanasaki got him there.
Doesn't get a lot easier with Vassell and Carlson.
Vassell with the walk, looks at that one. Rather, the throw over to first. They just check in on McCown over there. He has advanced so far on the E1 back in that third inning. First pitch, high and away, ball 1. Vassell so far today, a walk made it all the way over to third in the first, but couldn't score. And then 4-3 fielder's choice that advanced the runners in the third.
Yeah, there's been one key difference between Justin Jones for the Stompers and these Seagulls pitchers are behind 1-0. Jones is ahead 0-1.
Pitch misses, ball 2.
Just off the corner, that's a nice pitch.
One that Hanasaki is happy about. From Tokyo, Japan to Mississippi Valley State to Cumberland out in Tennessee, he finds himself in the San Francisco Bay for the summer. The 2-0. High and away, ball 3.
And you just want to get Carlson up here again against Hanasaki. There's no one up in the bullpen, so they're going to give Hanasaki another chance to try and get Hunter.
Hanasaki in the on-deck circle. Vassell ahead of a count here, 3-0. Does he swing? No, he does not. Looks at it for a high, ball 4. That's Vassell's second 4-pitch walk of the day. Puts him on first. McCown advances to second. And here comes Hunter Carlson. Already has 1 3-run homer today. Hoping for another with runners on first and second. 2 down in the inning. Came against Hanasaki last time through the order. Was only Hanasaki's second batter faced of the day. Wind blowing out to left field. The first pitch. In the dirt, ball 1, nearly hit Carlson. He thought it did. It did not.
I thought it skipped in there at him in the foot.
He's insisting on it. Has to step back into the batter's box.
Not really going to get that one overturned, but I like the effort.
1-0. 2 on, 2 down. Here in the top of the 4th, Stompers lead 4-1. Hanasaki kicks and delivers. Finds the plate. Needed that 1-1. Every strike against Carlson feels like a big one.
Yeah, I think Hurtado's done a very nice job receiving pitches behind the plate today. From the naked eye here up in the bleachers, looked like he brought that one back up to the knees of Carlson.
The 1-1. Broken bat, line drive, it goes foul. Tough one for Carlson. That easily could have scored a run.
Just shattered his bat.
Gonna need a new one. These guys usually used to hitting with metal, having to adjust to wood for the summers, and Carlson receives a new piece of lumber.
Yeah, this is a count where Carlson needs to battle. You have a 3-run lead, but anything can happen, especially at this field. We've seen a couple crazy games between these two. You'd love that insurance that he's been so good at. The 2-run home run where RBI's 5 and 6 already.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 down. Here in the top of the 4th, Stompers with a 3-run lead. The pitch. Away, ball 2. Gutsy take by Hunter.
Great take by Carlson there. That's a That's a veteran eye. It's a D1 eye right there.
Heading into his sophomore season with Georgia State. Waits the 2-2 from Hanasaki. He's already taking him deep today. The pitch. High ball 3. Full count to Carlson. You have a base open. It would be third. Would give you bases loaded with the 4-hole hitter Ayala.
Bryson came up with the bases loaded 3 times yesterday. He's a pitch away from doing that again today.
The payoff from Hanasaki. Ripped high into deep right. That one is way gone. 2-home run day for Hunter Carlson on the short porch in San Bruno. It's 7-1 Sonoma here in the top of the 4th.
I don't know if he's going to get a pitch in the zone the rest of the season in San Bruno. I mean, Hanasaki left one over the plate to Carlson for the second time in as many innings, and he's more than doubled his RBI total just today alone.
A 3-run homer in the 3rd, a 3-run homer in the 4th. He's responsible for 6 of the 7 runs today scored by Sonoma. Brings up Bryson Ayala his 3rd time through the order. First pitch. High for a ball, 1-0, and you can hear the Stomps dugout giving their praises to Carlson.
Yeah, one of just 2 guys yet to reach today.
Struck out and ground out the first. Ball in the dirt. Brings the count to 2-0, and Hanasaki really struggling now. They got an arm tossing in the bullpen once again.
Looks like a lefty up and loosening.
Joseph Steidel, Colorado School of Mines southpaw. Getting loose. 2 balls, no strikes, nobody on. 2 down here in the top of the 4th. Ayala takes that one high, ball 3. Force the catcher to pop up. Hurtado having a really solid day behind the dish. 3 balls, no strikes. Hanasaki kicks and delivers. High, ball 4. That's a free pass to Ayala, and one that feels needed. Did not reach yesterday in the win.
Here comes Mark Caviglia.
And that, you feel, is going to be Hanasaki's day. He's been taken deep twice by Hunter Carlson. Just having a quick word, probably trying to buy some time for his arm in the bullpen.
I think he might have to face Europero here.
We're waiting to see if a new arm's coming in. Still talking things over. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Hanasaki's going to stay out there. No, new arm got the ball. We'll be back very shortly with the new info on the pitcher after this. New arm into the game is the lefty Joseph Steidel. He's facing Misael Uripero for the first time today, relieving Kai Hanasaki. Hanasaki's line, 1.2 innings of work, 1 strikeout, 2 hits, 4 walks. Could be responsible for 5 runs. Uripero waits the pitch from the lefty. Misses for a ball, 1-0. Misael today, a strikeout and a walk. Made it to second in the third. An inning where 3 runs came across the plate for Sonoma. They lead 7-1, largely due to Hunter Carlson's 2 dingers. 1-0 missed, 1-1. Steidel comes back in the count here. This is his first appearance of the summer for the Seagulls. Plays his college ball with the Colorado School of Mines. Entering his redshirt sophomore season there. The 1-1. Chopped at again. Went around for 1-2.
That's back-to-back check swings from Uripero on the same pitch. Just a couple of challenge fastballs up at the top of the zone. Let's see if he can make an adjustment if they give him a third.
Runner at first. Ayala goes. Got him looking. Uripero's second strikeout of the day. And Joseph Steidel's first batter faced is a backwards K to end the 4th inning. Not before 3 runs came across the plate off the bat of Hunter Carlson. Sonoma leads 7-1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting number 40, Christian Lamont.
Bottom of the 4th, Stompers lead 7-1. They got a lead to defend against 4, 5, and 6 of San Francisco. Lamoff, Hurtado, and Heflin. First up is the lefty Lamoff working against Justin Jones. Jones' second time through the order has only surrendered a run. First pitch working from the first base side. Firm fastball finds the plate, 0-1. Lamoff first time through the order, grounded out 5-3. Awaits the 0-1 from Jones, slowing things down. The pitch fouled up and away over our heads here in the bleachers and towards the road behind the stadium here in San Bruno. Sun's starting to set over the first base dugout. Not a cloud in the sky here in the peninsula. No balls, 2 strikes. Pitch high, misses, ball 1. Lamoff, St. Bonaventure, Bonnie. A sports media major. If the ball career doesn't work out, maybe hopes to be doing this one day. 1-2. Ripped into center field. Johnston runs over. Sebastiani does as well. And it's dropped by Johnston. He couldn't get a read on it. Lamoff goes over to second. They're waving him over to third. It's a deep center field here, and he's held up there on the long throw from Johnston. It's a leadoff triple for the first baseman. Talk about a response from San Francisco. That's exactly what they needed to do.
Now batting number 38, Armando Hurtado.
Brings up A.J. Hurtado. Coppin State guy, hit 288 there. Teammates of Angel Garcia, who's in the dugout, an off day for him. Jones working from the first base side with a runner 90 feet from scoring. The first pitch. Foul up and away behind us. 0-1. Hurtado's first time through the order struck out to Jones. That was Jones's only punch out of the game so far. Stompers lead 7-1. Runner on third for the Seagulls with an 0-1 coming in. Dropped by Carlson, and it actually hit Hurtado. Puts runners on the corners with nobody out here in the fourth. Zach Pace is coming out of a dugout to check on his catcher, Gage McCown. Giving him some words of advice as well, perhaps. After the first two guys got on, there was actually a catcher's interference, I believe, not a hit by pitch. So it's Hurtado at first, Lamoth over at third for Cade Heflin, the Marietta, Georgia native out of Wheeling University. Arm up and loose in the Stompers bullpen. We'll see how long Jones goes here. And the good thing about him is he's, no matter the situation, this is what Zach Pace says, he always pitches the same, never feels the pressure. Well, the pressure is runners on first and third. In the bottom of the fourth, nobody out for the Seagulls. Cade Heflin to the plate, working from the left-hand side. The pitch ripped to right. He's one hopping, and it goes off his glove into center. Johnston picks it up. One run comes across the plate. They hold up Hurtado at third. Keeps the runners on the corners, and a run scores. It's now 7-2 Sonoma here in the bottom of the fourth. Nobody out still for the Seagulls. Brings up Derek Waldvogel, the right fielder out of Skyline College for the second time today. Mike Nunez waddles over from the dugout. He's going to have a quick word of Justin Jones. This is the first mound visit of the day for Sonoma. Jones has been solid. This is really the first inning where we've seen him kind of get pieced. Lamoff with the leadoff triple and the run. Hurtado reached on a catcher's interference. He's at third. And then Heflin on a hard hit single over to right center that Trent Keys just couldn't read correctly. He's over at first. Waldvogel to the plate. Cowan's on deck. Nunez retreats back to the dugout. Jones steps back onto the mound. McCown still kind of playing around with his glove, maybe still hurting a little bit from the catcher's interference earlier in the inning. Sonoma leads 7-2, largely thanks to 2 3-run homers from Hunter Carlson. Runners on first and third to Waldvogel. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fourth with runners on the corners. Jones kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike one. Much needed for Justin. Of course, it's a common trend that we see for Stompers pitchers after Nunez's mound visits, as they seem to shut things down. 0-1 to Waldvogel. High ball one. Waldvogel's first time through the order, a 1-out single in the second. He stayed there at first. First time through. Second time facing Jones. The 1-1. Piece to left, and it gets through. Past Ayala. Hurtado scores. Heflin advances to second. Waldvogel in at first. It's a 1-out single. Makes it 7-3 Sonoma here in the bottom of the fourth. Brings up Blake Cowens, the DH, for the second time today. Jones giving up a couple of barrels here to the Seagulls. McCown with instructions. Cowens to the plate. With runners on first and second, 2 runs already across the plate today, nobody out. The first pitch. Misses away, ball 1. Jones trying to keep things on the outer half here after getting barreled a couple times in this inning. Two on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. The 0-1, rather the 1-0, hitting to foul territory. Brings the count to 1-1 down the right field line. Keys kind of gave a half-effort chase to that. Never was going to get to it. There's a sidewalk about 10 feet away from the foul line. You don't really want to get your cleats on that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here in for the Seagulls' home half of the 4th. The 1-1. High, get in and out of the glove of McCown. It goes all the way to the backstop. Runners advance to second and third. 2 in scoring position. Still nobody out here in the order. It's now 2-1 to Cowens, and that Seagulls dugout getting louder and louder. Cries for more after Sonoma scored 3 in the top half of this inning. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 in scoring position. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Cowens looking for his first hit of the day. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Jones needed that. Encouragement from the Stompers dugout to Jones. This is the first road game of the summer for Sonoma. They lead 7-3. The 2-2. Popped foul over the Seagulls dugout. Will do it again. Cowens going to lengthen this at bat. Two balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, nobody out here in the bottom half of the 4th. The pitch. Ripped to opposite field, and it drops over the head of Carlson. 1 run scores. Another's coming home, too. Keys picks it up. Throw does not come. A 2-run single from Blake Cowens makes it a 2-run game. It's 7-5 Sonoma. In the bottom half of the 4th, still nobody out. Jake Brewer comes to the plate, the 9-hole hitter. And Zach Pace comes to the mound. This is going to be Justin Jones' day. A tough 4th inning, a triple from Lamoff, a catcher's interference to get Hurtado on, a single from Heflin. Waldver got on, and then a single from Cowens. 4 runs have come to the plate. It's 7-5 as we get a pitcher change here in the bottom half of the 4th. Stick with us on the Stompers Broadcast Network. join us in the bottom half of the 4th inning and a pitching change with Mason Cortez into the game here for the Sonoma Stompers. They lead this one 7-5, but they led this inning 7-1 at the start of it. 4 runs have come across the plate for San Francisco, and that's why Justin Jones, the starter, got pulled. Let's give you Jones's line. Entering today was very solid, but just a strikeout through 3+ innings. Gave up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. A few free passes as well. Cortez, the Delta righty, facing the 9-hole hitter Jake Brewer with a runner on first and Cowens. 7-5 is your score here in the bottom of the 4th. The first pitch, bunt laid down perfectly, goes foul just down the third base line. That was a really pretty bunt from Brewer, but it just took an unlucky bounce off the infield dirt, off the dirt in front of home plate rather, and went foul. He just had to get it a couple more inches to the grass, and it likely would have advanced the runner and got him on as well. Cortez, the Concord native, did not play this past spring at Delta, hoping for a bigger role with the JUCO school next spring. The 0-1, with a runner on first, nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Bunt shown yet again, laid down, foul once more, 0-2. I doubt Brewer gets the sign here on the 2-strike count. Brewer's second time up today, last time popped up to center. He is the 7th Seagull to come to the plate this inning. 4 runs scored, still nobody out with a runner on first. 7-5 Stompers lead here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch, 0-2 in the dirt, off the mask of McCown, the runner advances. Brings the count to 1-2, and Brewer was trying to lay down the bunt. That did its job for him without having to risk getting out. It's now 1-2 with a runner in scoring position in Cowens. One ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Cowens at second. Brewer at the plate. Cortez kicks, delivers, ball in the dirt, ball 2. McCown had to reach low and away to reach that one. And Brewer coming back in the count here. His back foot right at the back of the batter's box. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, low and away, ball 3. Brewer was down 0-2 in the count after 2 consecutive bunts. He's taken 3 straight balls. Full count. Runner on second is Cowens. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Cortez looks back, delivers the pitch, gets away to the backstop from McCown. Both runners advance. First and third, nobody out.
Number 7, Emilio Feliciano.
This is a spot of bother for the Stompers after the walk to Brewer that really got away from Cortez. It's runners on the corners at the top of the order to the plate. Emilio Feliciano, 3rd time up today. Reached on an error and lined out. Has runners in the corners, nobody out still. Pitch, finds his own. 0-1's the count to the righty Feliciano. German on deck. These are a couple of really tough hitters. Cortez working from the first base side. Pitch comes in. Runner takes off for second. Indifference from McCown. Wanted to keep the runner over at third. Brewer on that stolen base eliminates the double play ball. 2 in scoring position. Nobody out for the Seagulls. The pitch to Feliciano. Finds the plate. 0-2. Rather got him looking. That was strike 3. A big out 1 for Cortez. Brings up Davis German with 2 in scoring position. German today, a pop-up to center and a hard-hit single in that third. He's got 2 in scoring position. 4 runs across the plate so far. Seagulls still trail 7-5 here in the bottom of the 4th. Cortez kicks and fires. First pitch strike, much needed. Over the inner half of the plate. German wasn't expecting that. The Canadian German from Kitchener, Ontario, awaits the 0-1 from Cortez. Looked at for strike 2. The heat on the outer half. Gets Cortez ahead here, 0-2. Already a strikeout this inning. He has 2 on, infield playing in. The 0-2, chopped foul. We'll do it again. German reached to the dirt to get that one foul. This is his first summer in the CCL. Spent the last 2 summers in the Coastal Plains League. He's got 2 on, 1 out. And McCown wants a word with his pitcher, Cortez, just to get on the same page. And a 2-strike count. Just a quick whisper, maybe seeing something from German. Has a couple pitches to play with. Infield in. 2 runners in scoring position, nobody out. Rather 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch. Rifts down the third base line and goes foul. German just a little early on it. You'd imagine any ground ball, the throw is coming home for Sonoma if it's in the right position. 2 on. Cowan's the lead runner at third. 1 out. The 0-2. Got him looking. German did not swing. It's back-to-back backwards Ks for Cortez to bring up Tanner Wall. 2 outs from Cortez. 2 big outs at that, with 2 on, 2 down now in the bottom of the 4th. Wall, the lefty. 2 in scoring position, 2 outs. Already a single today. The pitch. High, strike 1. The high heat fooled Wall. The Pepperdine commit out of St. Francis. Athletic powerhouse down in Mountain View. Stands 6'3" in the batter's box. Cortez 6 foot on the mound. The 0-1 in the dirt, blocked by McCown. Big defensive play there from the catcher. Brings the count to 1-1. It's a shorter backstop here in San Bruno, but you want to keep every single ball ahead of you with 2 in scoring position. Wall steps out of the batter's box. Wants the home plate up to sweep the home plate. Gonna step back in. Stompers lead 7-5. 6 of those 7 runs came from Hunter Carlson on 2 3-run homers. The Seagulls have put up 4 runs here in the 4th to respond. They trail by 2 with 2 outs. The 0-2. High misses, ball 1. Rather 2-1 now. The pitch from Cortez. Nearly got away from McCown on the inside, brings it to a hitter's count. You have a base open, you don't want to give it. 3-1 count to Wall with 2 in scoring position, 2 outs. Wall steps back into the left side of batter's box. Perez working from the Cortez, working from the first base side. The pitch. Ball 4 outside. Right there. It could have been given, it was not. Brings back around the 10th batter of the inning for the 2nd time here in the 4th, Christian Lamoth. He started it with the leadoff triple. It was also the inning's first run. First of 4. Seagulls trail 7-5 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded. The first pitch to Lamoth. Called strike 1. Cortez struck out 2 looking in this inning. He has to get 1 more to get out of his hole. Ahead of a count here, 0-1. Ball in the dirt, 1-1. Lamoff checked his swing there and brought it back around in time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded, 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch. High ball 2. Cortez couldn't locate the high heat. It's now 2-1 to Lamoff. Two balls, 1 strike, bases loaded. The pitch. Got him. 2-2 on the ball in the outer half. Cortez is just a strike from getting out of this inning. Bases loaded in the bottom of the 4th. Ballerina count. Ball 3 low. They call this the best pitch in baseball. Bases loaded, 2 outs, nowhere to put them in a 2-run game. The Stomps lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Cortez, deep breath on the mound, working from the first base side. Kicks and delivers. The 3-2 breaking ball misses low. Lamoff walks to score a run. It's now a 1-run game. San Francisco 6, Sonoma 7. Here in the bottom of the 4th. San Bruno Park always seems to serve up some unpredictable baseball. We've certainly gotten it so far. 13 runs have come across the plate so far. Sonoma leads by 1, but the Seagulls have the bases loaded with 2 outs for A.J. Hurtado. First pitch looked at for ball 1. Appeal down the first. He did not go. Makes it 1-0. Hurtado reached on a catcher's interference in the 4th, also scored a run. The pitch. Ball 2 low. You got nowhere to put him. A walk would tie the game for San Francisco. 2 balls, no strikes. Hitters count to Cortez. Got bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch. High ball 3. Cortez cannot find the zone when he needs to most. 3 balls, no strikes here in the bottom of the 4th. The Stomps lead by 1 with the bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch. 3-0 finds the plate, 3-1. That's the first part of a job for Cortez in this at-bat. Come back in the count. It's now 3-1. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch. Bouncer goes foul into the Stompers bullpen. It's now 3-2. Cortez was in this position before. He walked Lamoff to put him on first. A strike would get him out of it. Bases loaded. 3-2. 1-run game. Dropped ball 4. Rather, it hit him to tie the game. The Seagulls have put up a 6 spot here in the home half of the 4th. It's tied up at 7. After Cortez got 2 back-to-back strikeouts, he has walked a batter in, walked Lamoff, hit Hurtado with a pitch. He's still an out away from getting out of there with a tie game. .747 is your time, bottom half of the 4th. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and a tied game. 7-7 is your score with Heflin to the plate. The pitch. Swung on, hit towards second, weak grounder, throw over to first in time, out number 3. Barras gets out of it, but not before some runs come across the plate for San Francisco. 6 to be precise. It's a tie game at 7 as we head to the top of the 5th. Stompers looking for a response. Top of the fifth here on the Stompers Broadcast Network. I'm Nate Martin. Thank you so much for joining us and spending your Saturday night with me in San Bruno. It's been an eventful one, folks. 6 runs scored by the Seagulls in the bottom half of the fourth to make it a tied game after 3 runs were scored in the top half of the fourth from Carlson at 7-7 as we enter the top of the fifth. First pitch to Sebastiani. Bouncer gets past. No, goes foul off the bag. Down the third base line, Nick Sebastiani looking to respond for Sonoma after they gave up 6 in the bottom half of the fourth. It'll be Sebastiani, Johnston, and Sebastiani to the place, facing Joseph Steidl for his first full inning of work, the lefty from Henderson, Nevada. First, second pitch to Sebastiani brings the count to 0-2. Heat high and away that just clipped the plate. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. High ball 1. Nearly went out of a glove of Hurtado. The 1-2 to Sebastiani. Struck 3, looking. Steidl struck out back-to-back batters, both of them looking. Brings up Connor Johnston for his 3rd time today. A line out to right and a ground ball back to the pitcher in the 3rd. Looking for his first hit of the evening. Working from the left-hand side against the southpaw Steidl. First pitch. Misses, ball 1. Tie ball game here at 7 in the top of the 5th. Offense showing up. Johnson lays around a bunt, goes foul. Over the fencing here around the bleachers in San Bruno. Sparse crowd on this cool Saturday night. The wind's starting to die down in San Bruno. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Nobody on to Johnston. The pitch. Nearly hits him high, ball 2. Lights turning on. But it's still blue skies as the sun's starting to set. The 2-1. Hit high into left. Under it and caught for out number 2. Simple play for Heflin. He barely had to move a foot out and left. Brings up Ben Sebastiani for his 3rd time today. Walked in the 3rd, flew out in the 4th. Had a homer on Thursday. If he were to do that today, it would give the Stomps the lead. It's tied at 7 here in the top of the 5th. Nobody on, 2 outs for Sebastiani. First pitch, looked at for a ball inside. Ben Sebastiani really crouches low in his stance, working from the right-hand side. The 1-0, looked at high, ball 2. Hurtado really doing a good job of trying to frame these pitches. Home line up, not really giving much for him. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 down here in the top of the 5th. The pitch, fouled back, 2-1. Sebastiani just got a little under that one. He's still ahead in the count here, 2-1. 3rd time up today. Looking for his first hit. The 2-1. Finds the plate, 2-2. Steidl's come back in the count here. Has retired every batter he's faced. The lefty delivers the 2-2. Struck out swinging. 3 punch-outs for Steidl. Through an inning and a 3rd. It's still a tie ball game at 7 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back to San Bruno for the bottom half of the 5th inning. I'm Nate Martin. And a tie ball game between the Stompers and Seagulls. It's 7-7 with San Francisco coming to the plate. 7, 8, and 9, Waldvogel, Cowens, and Brewer to the plate against Perez for his first full inning of work. Came in last inning. First pitch swinging. 0-1 on the heat low. Cortez got 2 strikeouts back-to-back before allowing a couple runs to come across the plate to tie the game. His first time facing Waldvogel. 0-1 piece to left. One hopper into the glove of Sebastiani. Scooped up. Wide lead at first. He retreats back. A leadoff single for Waldvogel puts one on, nobody out here in the bottom half of the 5th. Brings up Blake Cowens,
Now batting number 26.
the former Menlo Park legend. Started his collegiate career at University of Illinois Chicago, now at Cal State Monterey Bay. Got a hit last time up. He's got a runner on first, nobody out here in the home half of the 5th. The first pitch, swung on into left. Bouncing towards Sebastiani, scooped up off the ground, and it's another single into left for San Francisco. 2 on, nobody out here in the home half of the 5th.
Now batting number 29, Jake Brewer.
Brings up Jake Brewer. The 9-hole hitter hoping to keep this inning going. 2 hits already, nobody out. In the home half of the 5th in a tie ball game at 7. Perez, deep breath, slowing it down on the mound. Gathers, kicks, delivers. First pitch, misses, ball 1. Brewer today, a walk and a pop out. Awaits the 1-0. In the dirt off of McCown's protective gear. 2-0. Kept it in front of him with 2 runners on, 1 on second, 1 on first. Tie ball game here in the bottom of the 5th. The 2-0 to Brewer. Looked at for a strike. 2-1 on the heat from Cortez. Been a tough outing for the righty. A spot of bother with 2 on, nobody out. The 2-1. All 3 away. Puts Brewer into a hitter's count, nobody out, 2 down, 2 on here in the 5th. San Francisco and Sonoma tied at 7. The pitch. Ball 4 high. Bases loaded, nobody out yet again for
Now batting number 7, Emilio Feliciano.
San Francisco to bring up the top of the order. Emilio Feliciano and Zach Pace is coming out of a dugout. That is going to be Mason Cortez's day. A really tough one, and we'll give you new information on the pitcher when we return here on the Stompers Broadcast Network. Welcome back to San Bruno. It's the bottom of the fifth and a new pitcher into the game for Sonoma in a spot of bother. Ethan Rowland relieves Mason Cortez of pitching duties. Cortez's line, 1 inning of work, 2 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits, a hit by pitch, a run already under his watch. He's responsible for all 3 Seagulls on. They have bases loaded, nobody out in a tie game. Rowland about as hard of a relief assignment as you're going to have against a top of the order that has produced. Feliciano has reached today. So has German. Those are the next 2 guys he'd be facing. Wall after that. Although Feliciano and German did strike out looking last time through the order. Emilio Feliciano steps into the right-handed batter's box. Awaits the pitch from Rowland. The Eastern Michigan Eagle on the Coppin State Golden Eagle. The pitch. Swung on 0-1. Right back into the glove of McCown behind the dish. 0-1, bases loaded. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. The 0-1. Ball 1. Low to McCown. One ball, 1 strike. Rowland only used as a reliever at Eastern Michigan in a high-stress situation here. The 1-1. Bouncer foul, 1-2. Went straight to the Stompers' dugout down third base side. Kind of right next to where we're positioned here up in the bleachers at San Bruno Field. Lights on, sun setting. 1 ball, 2 strikes, bases loaded, nobody out. The pitch, blown away, ball 2. Great stop by McCown. Really had to extend away for that one, and he just stopped it from going to the batter's box, potentially saved the run over at third. That would give the Seagulls a lead. The 2-2. Ball 3 high. It's a good miss from Rowland. Feliciano did think about swinging. Full count, nobody out, nowhere to put him in a tie ball game. Rowland kicks and delivers. Ball 4 low. The Seagulls take the lead on the RBI walk from Feliciano. So Waldvogel, who started this inning with the single, scores the run. Gowans to third, Brewer to second, Feliciano on first, Davis German to the plate. Struck out looking, a single and a pop out. First pitch to German. Swing and a miss, strike 1. German hitting from the right-hand side. Rowland, the righty, working from the first base side. Bases loaded, nobody out. The 0-1. Ball 1 away. Fastball that just couldn't locate. Another arm starting to toss for the Stompers right now. Just trying to keep them warm. Easy, the coldest environment Sonoma has faced in their first road game of the summer. The 1-1. Piece down the third base line, and it goes foul. That was a hard hit ball off the bat of Davis German. One ball, 2 strikes. Rowland, with the bases loaded, has to get a strikeout. The 2-strike pitch. High ball 2. Tried to fool German with the high heat, and the center fielder was not tempted. 2 balls, 2 strikes, righty on righty. Rowland winds and fires. Ball 3 low. Full count. 1 run's already come across the plate. The Seagulls hold a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 5th. Been a back-and-forth game. Sonoma led by 6. The Seagulls got it back. The 3-2. Hit high to right. Keys under it into foul territory and hauls it in for the out. Throw over to home, not coming, just to the cutoff man. Runners advance. and a run scores on the sac fly. It's now 1st and 3rd with one down here in the home half of the 5th. Seagulls lead 9-7.
Now batting number 37.
Ideally, you'd like to get that out without surrendering a run, but an out is an out is an out. Puts runners on the corners for Tanner Wall, his 4th time up today. A single, a double play, and a walk. In a double play situation right now with Feliciano at first. The umpires having a word, trying to debate if maybe that ball went out of play or not. Keys caught it before it went over to the sidewalk. He was probably about, 5 or 6 feet from the right foul line. I would be surprised if this has changed. This definitely feels like it was in fair territory. And that's what they're going to say. So it's still a 2-run lead for San Francisco. Runners on the corners, 1 out. For the 3-0 hitter, Tanner Wall. It's already grounded out into a double play that would end the inning with a runner on first, 1 down in the inning. You also have Blake Cowens 90 feet away from scoring. The first pitch. Gets away from Cowens. Throw over to second does not come. Pump fake from McCown. Crucially eliminates the double play ball on the wild pitch. Two in scoring position. The double play ball is eliminated. The infield is playing in. The 1-0 from Roland and the dirt ball 2. Tanner Wall, lefty out of St. Francis, committed to Pepperdine. Awaits the 2-0, fouled. 2-1. High chain link going around home plate, protecting those in the bleachers. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded. Rather 2 on. Pitch high, ball 3. Hitters count. Tanner Wall. And a hitter's count with 2 on, 1 down in the inning. The 3-1. High ball 4. Walks him. It's becoming another long inning here for the Stomps. Christian Lamoff is up. He's the 7th batter for the Seagulls. They only have 1 out. The St. Bonaventure Bonnie has bases loaded, 1 out here, and a 2-run game that the Seagulls lead in the bottom of the 5th. Roland, Eastern Michigan Eagle, breathes in, kicks, delivers. 0-1, swing and miss. Lamoff, fooled by the off-speed, brings the count to 0-1. Roland, working from the first base side. His 2nd appearance of the summer, 1st in CCL play, thrown into a really tough situation. The 0-1, foul back 0-2. It's exactly what you're supposed to do here as Roland, get ahead in the count into a 2-strike situation. Now you got to put him away. A double play would end it. A hit would extend a 2-run lead. So would a walk. It's 0-2 to Lamoff. Roland winds and fires. Fouled. Will do it again. Really reached around for that one. Low and away. Lamoff just reached it. .811 is your time, and we're still in the bottom of the 5th. The 0-2 from Roland. High all the way to the backstop. Runners advancing. Play at the plate, not in time. In and out of a glove of Ethan Roland. The wild pitch scores a run. It's 10-7 Seagulls. here in the bottom of the 5th on a fastball high and away. Feliciano over at third. Walls over to second for Christian Lamoth, who's got 2 in scoring position still with just 1 out. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. And the home half of the 5th, 3 runs already across the plate for the Seagulls. The 1-2. Gets away again, all the way to the backstop. Roland struggling with his command here. It's now 2-2. I mean, he got ahead in the count here, 0-2, and then 2 straight balls that made it all the way to the backstop. One of them scored a run. That one went right back to the catcher, McCown. That's now 2-2, 2 in scoring position, 1 down in the 5th. Ballerina count. Struck him out swinging. Big out number 2 for Ethan Rowland. His first punch out of a day, but he's still not out of it. A.J. Hurtado to the plate once again. The catcher has put in a solid defensive shift. Reached on a catcher's interference and a hit by pitch. Rowland winds and fires. High ball 1. Righty on righty. The back foot of Hurtado all the way up against the box. The 1-0. Dings him. His second hit by pitch of the day for Hurtado. Rowland's first as a pitcher this summer. And it loads the bases with 2 outs.
Now batting,
Cade Heflin comes to the plate. Zach Pace, the Stompers manager, coming out of a dugout to have a word with Gage McCown. Perhaps he's seen something, checking in on him as well. He's a couple times now where McCown's been a little dinged up, showing the umpire his left forearm. Let's catch you up on how we got into this situation. Seagulls at 10, Stompers 7. Sonoma led by 6 after the top of the 4th, thanks to a 3-run homer by Hunter Carlson in the 3rd and a 3-run homer by Hunter Carlson in the 4th. The Seagulls had clawed their way back in this one thanks to a mixture of base hits, barrels, and just Stompers errors. Some bad pitching, struggling with command in this cool weather. We've dropped into the 50s in San Bruno. As Rowland delivers. First pitch, swung into shallow left. It drops in front of Sebastiani. 1 run scores. Another coming home, 2. Play at the plate, not in time. A 2-out single for Heflin makes it a 5-run lead. San Francisco 12, Sonoma 7 here in the home half of the 5th. The Seagulls scored 6 runs in the 4th. They've scored 5 now here in the 5th, and they're still in it. And it brings up Derek Waldvogel, who started this inning. That's now the 2nd time today the Seagulls have hit around. Runners on the corners, 2 outs here in the 5th. First pitch. Low, ball 1. Even after this inning where 5 runs have come across the plate for San Bruno, home plate ump isn't giving anything. The 1-0. There's a strike, 1-1. High in the zone on the heat. Makes it even at 1 apiece. Runners on the corners. 2 outs in the 5th. Seagulls by 5. The pitch. Ball 2 away. Rowland. Pitching report from Eastern Michigan says command can be an issue. 12 walks to 5 strikeouts. He's behind the count here, 2-1. Working from the first base side, agrees on a sign with McCown. The pitch, runner takes off. McCown does not throw, allows the runner to advance into scoring position. Heflin now at second, Hurtado still at third. It's 2 on, 2 down, and the fifth, 12-7, the Seagulls lead. Three-one. Ball 4. Did he go around? No, he did not. The appeal to first is unsuccessful. It's now bases loaded for the 11th batter of the inning. His second time up in the 5th, Blake Cowens. Reached on a hard hit single in the left. First time this inning in the 5th. Zach Pace out of a dugout for Sonoma. You would expect this might be Ethan Rowland's day. It's been a tough one for Sonoma pitching. They've surrendered 12 runs and trail by 5 here in the 5th. We're expecting a new arm into the game for Sonoma. We'll get you information on that in just a moment when we return on the Stompers Broadcast Network. New arm into the game is Sam Schnitzer. He comes in with the bases loaded, 2 outs here in the 5th. 5 runs already across the plate for San Francisco as Ethan Rowland was relieved. Schnitzer, this is his 2nd CCL appearance of the summer. First Stomper to say that he's appeared in 2 CCL games now. First pitch, firm fastball finds the plate, 0-1. Just got to get out of this inning by any means necessary. Has the bases loaded with 2 outs. To Blake Cowens, the 0-1. 0-2, fastball high in the zone. Schnitzer came in late in the CCL opener against Slow, gave up a run, but got out of the inning. As the 0-2 comes in, ball 1 away. Gave up a hit and a walk. But also got a strikeout. Has a chance to add his 2nd of his summer on the 1-2. Ball in the dirt, great blocked by Carlson away. Appeal over to first, unsuccessful. They thought the Cowens went around, he did not. 2 balls at 2 strikes, bases loaded, 2 outs here in the 5th. 5 runs already across the plate for San Francisco. They lead by 5. The 2-2. Struck him out looking. Sam Schnitzer's first batter faces a backwards K, but not before 5 runs come across the plate for San Francisco. Seagulls lead 12-7 as we enter the top of the 6th. Top of the 6th in San Bruno. The Sonoma Stompers trail by 5. It's 12-7, 9-1-2 to the plate. McCown, Keys, and Vassell facing the lefty for San Francisco, Joseph Steidl. The first pitch, firm fastball, finds the plate, 0-1. McCown so far today, an RBI double that scored Sonoma's first run of the day and then reached on an error and scored in the 4th. 0-1, ripped foul, no fair, just stayed in. No foul. That one bounced off the white line down the left field and just went foul. It's now 0-2 to McCown. Struck him out looking. Steidl, 4 strikeouts in 5 batters face. He's been phenomenal since checking into the game for San Francisco. A big reason why they've held this Sonoma offense quiet so far with him in. Brings up the top of the order in Trent Keys. (12-7) the score. Keys to the plate. First pitch faced. Ball in the dirt, ball 1. Keys so far today, a walk, a line out, and a strikeout looking. Head of count here, 1-0 to Steidl. The pitch. Breaking ball. Evens the count up at 1 apiece, just found the bottom half of the plate. The 1-1. Misses ball 2. The Stompers at one point had a 6-run lead in this one. 7-1 in the 4th. Since then, the Seagulls have scored 11 unanswered. The 2-1. Ball 3 high. Or they say that was called a strike at 2-2. Nope, it was correct. 3-run, a mistake on the scoreboard. The 3-1. Hitters count the keys and it hits them. The CCL's leader in hit by pitches from last season gets on VO1 this evening. It's a run around first with 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Stomps trail by 5. Tuna Vassell, 4th time up today. He's walked twice. Has a runner on first with keys. Steidl delivers. First pitch away, ball 1. The man on deck for Sonoma has been the problem man for San Francisco. Hunter Carlson, a home run in the 3rd, a home run in the 4th. That would certainly help if Stomps get back into this one down by 5. Lefty on lefty, the 1-0 to Vassell. Strike 1. Fastball on the outer half of the plate. Keys at first. Vassell at the plate. Awaits the 1-1 from Steidl. Strike 2. Breaking ball on the outer half. Steidl's been on today. Has only allowed 1 base runner. The 1-2. Fouled back. We'll do it again. Sun's starting to set here in San Bruno. As we await the 1-2 to Vassell. Keys at first. The pitch. Struck him out looking. 5 punch-outs for Joseph Steidl. 4 of them looking. He has been on one today for San Francisco. Brings up Hunter Carlson with 2 down in the order. This is the man you want up in this situation. A 3-run homer in the 3rd, a 3-run homer in the 4th. He was responsible for 6 of the 7 runs for Sonoma. They're still down by 5. First time facing Steidl. The pitch. Looked at for a strike. You have to imagine, even against the lefty, Carlson is feeling confident. Both home runs came against the righty Hanasaki. Behind the count here, 0-1. Carlson awaits. Gets a breaking ball over the plate, 0-2. Perhaps was expecting the fastball and got surprised by the off-speed. 0 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the visitors' half of the 6th with Keys on first. Carlson, the 0-2. Ball 1 high. Don't want to hang up one for Carlson. He's already taken the Seagulls twice today. The 1-2. Hit high into left center, and it drops for a base hit in no man's land. The shortstop went for it, so did the left fielder. Neither could get to it in time. It's a 2-out knock for Hunter Carlson. He's 3 for 4 today. Advances Keys to second. Brings up Bryson Ayala for the 4th time today. A strikeout, a ground out, and a walk. The walk making it the first time that Ayala's gotten on base since the home run in the CCL opener. His first time facing the lefty Steidl. The pitch. High ball 1. Stomps have gotten a few 2-out rallies this season. They need one here. They're down by 5 in the top of the 6th. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. And that's been a bit of a problem for Ayala is the swings and the misses. Has already struck out swinging once today. 2 on, 2 down. The 1-1. High ball 2. Hurtado tried to frame it. Unsuccessful. Ayala wearing a new number today, 47 on his back. He's ahead of a count here, 2-1. Steidl delivers. Strike 2 looking. The breaking ball in the zone. Ayala wasn't expecting that one. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ayala goes down swinging for the second time today. Stomps leave 2 on the bases. It's still 12-7 as we head to the home half of the 6th. The Seagulls hoping to put another crooked number on the scoreboard.
Number 29, Jake Brewer.
Bottom half of the 6th here. The Seagulls have been on one the last couple innings. 6 runs scored in the 4th, 5 runs scored in the 5th. They got 9-1 and 2 to the plate here. Brewer, Feliciano, and Herman facing Sam Schnitzer for his first full inning. Got out of the last inning with a backwards K. First pitch. Strike 1. Brewer today scored a run and a walk, as well as a stolen base. This is his 4th time up, and we're only in the 6th inning. He is the 9-hole hitter. On deck is Emilio Feliciano. The 0-1 from Schnitzer. 0-2 on the fastball in the zone. Brewer didn't even swing at that one. Schnitzer ahead in the count here. Nobody on, nobody out. The 0-2. Away ball 1. Wind's starting to pick back up here. Blowing towards home plate. Advantage to the pitcher. The 1-2. Swinging the miss in the dirt. Scooped up from McCown. Throw over to first in time. Rather, Bonfili checks into the game to scoop up that one. Back-to-back punch-outs for Sam Schnitzer. Not surprised to see Bonfili into the game. McCown was looked at a couple times by Pace. He's been maybe battling a bit of some pain. Top of the order, Feliciano. Ball gets past Bonfili, 1-0. You'd expect that to be a straight swap for the Stomps. 1 ball, no strikes. Schnitzer delivers. Ball too high. He's faced 2, struck out 2. Hasn't really been behind in the count much today. He is here 2-0 to the top of the order, Feliciano. Reached on a walk last time up. The 2-0. Ball 3 away. Bonfili really had to reach around for that one. Feliciano has seen 3 straight pitches out of his zone. He hasn't swung at any of them. 3 balls, no strikes. Schnitzer delivers. No swing there on the strike 1. Feliciano was also struck out looking today. That was back in the 4th. As the 3-1 comes in, hit up towards Ayala at short. Throw over to first in time for out number 2. 6-3 in your books. For those keeping score at home, it's been an ugly score to keep count of. 12-7, the Seagulls lead. They scored 6 runs in the 4th, 5 runs in the 5th. To negate 2 3-run homers from Hunter Carlson. Brings up Davis German with 2 down. Nobody on here in the home half of the 6th. First pitch, fouled back, 0-1. Schnitzer, though, has certainly done his job. He's faced 3 and retired all 3. He's ahead of the count here, 0-1, after the foul ball back to the backstop. The 0-1. Ball 1 high. Stompers dugout giving out some encouraging words to Schnitzer. That's a good miss if you're the righty. Making his 2nd CCL appearance. The 1-1. Pieced up the middle. Gets past Ayala in the gap and all the way to Johnson in center. German's 2nd hit of the day. Goes for a 2-out single. Brings up Tanner Wall with 1 on, 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. Wall has gotten on 2 times in a row, both via the walk. He's up here with 2 outs. Lefty Wall facing the righty Schnitzer. For runner on first. The pitch. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Bonfili quick to get to it. Runner stays at first. The 0-1. Schnitzer working from the first base side of the mound. Looks back over to the runner at first before delivering the 0-1. Foul back, 0-2. Kind of at that dusk sort of lighting. The sun not fully set. Sky is a darker shade of blue, some purple in them. Sonoma 7, Seagulls 12. The 2-strike offering in the dirt, ball 1. Here in the home half of the 6. Seagulls currently 2-0. The Stompers currently 2-1. Schnitzer gazes over to first, locks back in on the batter wall. The 1-2. Ball too high on the heat. That just could not find the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first is German. Tanner Wall at the plate. Has walked the last 2 times. Also has a hit today. The 2-2, runner goes. Ball in the dirt, gets past Bonfili. He just was thinking about scooping it up and throwing it over to second, but couldn't make the play in time. That's a stolen base for German. Puts him into scoring position. It's now 3-2 to Tanner Wall with 2 down. The pitch. Ball 4. That is a tough miss for Schnitzer. Looked to be kind of in the border, right on the zone, maybe not. Home plate ump says no. It's now runners on first and second. To bring up the righty for San Francisco, Lamoff. Schnitzer delivers the first pitch. High for a ball. This inning, Schnitzer retired the first 2 he faced. Brewer with a strikeout and Feliciano with a ground out, but then gave out a 2-out hit to German and then a walk on a full count pitch to Wall. Wall's at first, German's at second, Lamoff at the plate. The 1-0 misses ball 2. Bonfili wants a word with Schnitzer. Nobody getting loose for the Stompers in the bullpen. That's a massive pitching staff, but they didn't bring that many arms today. Been forced to use 4 so far through 6 innings. 2 balls, no strikes to Lamoff. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Had a hitter's count, got a pitch to swing at, couldn't get it. A.J. Hurtado on deck. The 2-1. Strike 2 looking. Strike on the outer half. Lamoff thought that was ball 3. Instead, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, 2 down. Here in the home half of the 6th, the Seagulls lead by 5. Schnitzer, 1 pitch from getting out of it. The pitch. Ball 3 gets away. Runners advance. Puts 2 in scoring position now with 2 outs. On the pitch that made it all the way to the backstop, low and away from the righty Lamoff. Seagulls hoping to add to their 5-run lead. 3-2. 2 in scoring position, 2 outs. Christian Lamoff awaits the full count offering. Pieced over to third, scooped up, throw over to first. In time, out number 3. So the Seagulls get 2 into scoring position, but they can't bring them home. It's still 12-7 as we head to the top of the 7th. Kieran Costa takes you home on the Stompers Broadcast Network here in San Bruno.
Bryson Ayala leads off for the Stompers here in the 7th. They trail it by a score of 12-7. 11 straight have been scored by the home team as that one misses low. I'm Kieran Costa here on what's right on par cold evening in San Bruno. A handful of Seagulls fans have stuck around and they've seen a show. It's 12-7. San Francisco over Sonoma. First pitch almost hits Europero, and it did. Stompers have the leadoff man aboard in the 7th. They just got to start chipping away here. You get a couple runs here. You got to get within a slam in the 7th inning for sure, hopefully more. And Europero starts that by drawing a walk, and now Nick Sebastiani digs in from the right side. The wind has not died down since it was whipping around at the beginning. Sebastiani squares to bunt, and it's a called strike anyway. Nick bounced out, walked, and struck out looking. He faces Joseph Steidel here for the second time, and he fouls it back. The count is no balls and 2 strikes. Stompers were 4-3 against the Seagulls last season, 2-1 here at San Bruno Park. They're on the way to matching that loss number in their first trip. 0-2, Sebastiani hits it hard to third. Gloved by Brewer. He goes to second for 1. The turn to first. In time. Around the horn. 5-4-3 double play for San Francisco. And it's been that kind of night for Sonoma. Haven't been able to get anything going since that second Hunter Carlson home run. Connor Johnston, the only Stomper not to reach base today. But Steidel has allowed just 3 base runners, and he had just erased one of them on a 5-4-3. The lefty delivers, and Johnston takes a called strike. Connor lined out in the 2nd, grounded out in the 3rd, and flew out in the 5th. Here he bats with 2 outs, no one on in the 7th. The 0-1 home pops it up, back up and over our heads. We're set up atop the bleachers on the 3rd base side. That belongs to the visiting Stompers. Seagulls trying to start 3-0 in league action. The pitch to Johnston is taken high. To ball and 2 strikes. Nobody up. It looks like it's going to be Sam Schnitzer again in the 7th. The offer to Johnston, and that hit him too, it looked like. He turned out of the way. It hit something. Pitch is just called a ball. So we'll do it from 2-2. Stompers and the Seagulls, they produce wild games year in and year out, and what a way to start the 2026 bouts between the two. As Johnson sends this one to shallow center. Feliciano, the shortstop, out. He's going to make the call and barely makes the catch. The Stompers go oh so quietly in the 7th. Time to stretch in San Bruno, 12-7, the Seagulls on top of the Stomps. Sam Schnitzer back on the mound for the bottom of inning number 7. A wild one here in San Bruno. The Gulls got a run in the first to go up 1-0. Hunter Carlson delivered a home run in the third. That made it 4-1. He homered again in the fourth to make it 7-1 Sonoma. The Seagulls answered with a 6 spot in the fourth and a 5 spot in the fifth. And now it's 12-7. San Francisco over Sonoma. It'll be A.J. Hurtado, a right-handed hitter, who checks his swing on the first pitch and appealed to first. Yes, he did, says the first base umpire, Paul Remedios. Stompers battle their 4th CCL North opponent tomorrow. The Alameda Merchants come up to Arnold Field, 6:05 start. The pitch is a strike. Up at the top of the zone, a fastball. Hurtado struck out, and since then he's reached on a catcher's interference and a couple of hit by pitches. Right on right. Schnitzer sets just above the belt and delivers to the plate. Another check swing. Bonfili caught it, a check to Paul Remedios. This time he didn't go. Similar to the first check swing, this time it goes the way of the hitter. One ball and 2 strikes, barks out the home plate umpire, Mark Pascal. Here it is. This one's grounded into the shortstop hole. Ayala on the backhand, knocks it down, and he won't have a play. We'll see how that one goes in the book. I wouldn't be surprised if that one goes as a single. It would have been a very tough play for Ayala in the hole. That brings up Kate Heflin. Never-ending affair as we're 2 hours and 50 minutes in as we play in the last of the 7th. The pitch, Heflin misses, and the count's 0-1. A big swing from Cade, who, just like everyone else, has a couple of knocks and a couple of ribs on the ledger so far. He grounded out, RBI single in the 4th, then he grounded out to end a 4th inning that saw 14 Seagulls hit. Schnitzer's pitch misses outside. .55 and windy. Wind gusts have got up to 44 miles an hour today. That feels like 44 degrees, and that one hit him. That's gotta hurt. Schnitzer's command evading him a little bit here late. Hit by pitch, first and second, nobody out. And I think if the Seagulls get one more, that's just about the nail in the coffin. 5 runs is a deficit that's possible to come back from. I think if the Seagulls can extend this one, it's going to be all but wraps. Waldvogel, 3 singles and a walk. He's been aboard 4 times. He takes a called strike, fastball top of the zone. Wind just whipping through San Bruno Park. Stomps and the Gulls. 12-7 San Francisco's cushion. Hurtado singled, infield hit. Kate Heflin was hit by a pitch. And Derek Waldvogel takes a pitch that misses. The count's 1-1. More action now in the bullpen for Sonoma. Hoping that it's 9 outs to get. 2 on, no out, 7th inning. A look at second, and the delivery is way high, 2-1. As I mentioned, Merchants in town tomorrow. Stompers have a first look at Alameda this year. 2-1 from Sam Schnitzer. The delivery is low this time, and now it's 3-1. The Stompers and Seagulls don't meet until June the 18th. It's a long layoff for Sonoma to maybe lick their wounds here. 12 days before they see San Francisco again, and then it's a whole bunch of SF to end the season. 3-1 chase from Waldvogel, 3-2. Because then there's a stretch in July between the 7th and the 14th where the teams play 4 times. A lot of crawdads in the back end of that season as well. A 3-2 pitch. Waldvogel strikes out swinging. Sam Schnitzer in a mop-up role has done a nice job. He gets Waldvogel. Now it's Blake Cowens' turn, 2 for 4. A couple of singles, a strikeout, a fly ball. Scored 2 runs. A couple RBIs in the process. Schnitzer looking for a 2-ball to get out of this thing. The pitch to Cowens is bounced foul back behind the plate. Two on, 1 out. The 0-1 pitch. Cowens takes way up high. The count's 1-1. The Stompers had an 18-0 win here last year. An 18-2 win, a 14-0 win. But today, it's been the Seagulls who have exploded for double digits in the run column. This one's popped up, drifting down the left field line. And it's going to go out of play. Vassell and Sebastiani came together to give it a look. It counts 1-2 on Cowens. Yet to strike out today. Stompers will have to get the offense rolling in the top of the 8th. Schnitzer peaks at second and delivers to the plate high, and the count's 2-2. It's a righty up and throwing for the Stomps. Schnitzer's 2-2 pitch. Cowens takes a called strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Sam Schnitzer. And now it's the 9-hitters chance Jake Brewer. And I think Zach Pace might come to the mound. It could be the end for Sam Schnitzer. Also, it could just be a pitch count thing. Zach calls off the infield. It's just a chat with him and Sam. I think he's maybe just asking him how his arm feels if he wants to face this last guy. Conversation continues. It's just a one-on-one between the skipper and his man on the mound. Zach will head back to the third base dugout by himself, and that's going to leave Schnitzer on the mound in a 2-on, 2-out situation. He faces Jake Brewer 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. Sam Matol, righty. Runners dance off first and second. Brewer late, and he hits it foul into the glove of Hunter Carlson on a line drive cutting into foul ground, and the inning is over. No runs on 1 hit, no Stompers, errors, and a man left. We head to the 8th inning. Sonoma trails by the score of 12-7. New arm on the mound for San Francisco. It's Benjamin Juiced, the righty, 5'10", 180 pounds, Pacific University. Didn't play at PAC-U. Had 3 appearances. Didn't allow run in 2.2 innings back in 2025. He's almost a true submarine righty, and he'll start his evening facing Ben Sebastiani, and then Andrew Bonfili will get his first chance. Stomp's looking to mount any sort of a rally here. The pitch. Sebastiani takes a called strike. Stompers faced a sidewinding righty yesterday in Miles Tencher, and they knocked him around a little bit. He gave up the crucial runs in what was the Stomper victory over Walnut Creek. Sebastiani fooled here. He's behind 0-2. The pitch. Sebastiani takes a called strike 3. And Andrew Bonfili will take his first hacks. Juiced his first K. The looking variety took just 3 pitches to get Ben Sebastiani. Bonfili's the man who has to start the rally. The pitch. Andrew swings and fouls it off the catcher. It's 0-1. Stompers and the Seagulls have been playing for exactly 3 hours. There's been 19 runs. San Francisco owns 12 of them. 0-1 coming. Bonfili takes just up and away. The count's 1-1. Bonfili came in to replace McCown defensively. Gage banged up a little bit behind the dish today. The pitch to Bonfili is hit foul up the first base line, right to Jacoby Heyer, the first base coach for Sonoma. One ball and 2 strikes to Bonfili. The righty headed to Chaminade for the fall season. He pops it up. Should be playable on the infield. It's the catcher's going to try and make the play and does in a sliding catch. My goodness. Hurtado drifted with that ball into foul ground, a 2-legged knee slide, and made a snow cone catch. Goes as a FP2. Foul will pop up to the catcher if anyone's still scoring along with us. Stompers trail in the 8th. The pitch to Keys is high. Trent's been aboard twice without a hit. Lined out in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, struck out in the 4th, hit by a pitch in the 6th. Trent fouls it down the 3rd baseline. It counts 1-1. Sonoma has allowed 11 consecutive runs to see a 7-1 lead turn into a 12-7 deficit. The pitch. It missed. The count's 2-1. The lefty Keys bounces it towards second, and it's going to be gloved by the second baseman, but the throw to first is late. Infield single for Trent Keys, and maybe that's what the Stompers need to get rolling here. It was Wall ranging pretty much fully up the middle, made a sliding play to keep it in front of him. And now Tino Vassell comes in for the 5th time. 2 walks, a stolen base, and an RBI ground out. That was all the way back in the 3rd inning. Feels like forever ago. Trying to get Hunter Carlson up with some ducks on the pond as that one misses low inside. Carlson's delivered the 2 big blows today for Sonoma. A 2-run homer in the 3rd and a 3-run homer in the 4th. Looks like those will both be in a losing effort unless the Stomps can get the bats rolling with 4 outs to play with. Juiced pitches. Vassell takes high. Two out of Vassell. That one's hit through the right side. Trent Keys goes station to station, and here comes Hunter Carlson once more up with runners aboard. Carlson grounded out in the first inning, homered in the third and fourth, and then knocked a single in the sixth. Stompers just need to start clawing their way back into this one. The pitch, Carlson takes. Outside 1-0. Keys leads from second. He singled. Vassell leads from first. He did that too. Carlson ahead in the count 1-0. Ayala out on deck. The pitch. Carlson takes. Missed again. It's 2-0. Zone's closed up here from Mark Pascal. Juiced comes to Carlson. Hunter takes. Outside 3-0. Now it's a true hitter's count to Carlson. Stompers trying to mount a 2-out rally. The first baseman takes ball 4, and now the bases are loaded all of a sudden here with 2 men out, and out to the mound goes the catcher Hurtado, who'll be joined by the entire infield and Cage Gascones. Bryson Ayala came up with the bases loaded 3 times yesterday. It yielded him 1 RBI. It was a big one. It was the insurance run to make it 6-4. Here he's trying to pull the Stompers back into striking distance. A Stomper leads from every base. Carlson from first, Vassell from second, Keys from third. Ayala the hitter. Bryson stands 6'5" in the righty batter's box. The first pitch to him is high, in and out of the glove of Hurtado. And if you're Ayala, you have to make him throw you a strike. Misael Uripero would be next. The right fielder Waldvogel way off the line. The pitch, Ayala takes outside and low. The count's 2-0. Ball got free from Hurtado, but not far enough. The Stompers cannot afford to make any mistakes on the paths. Ayala struck out twice, grounded out and walked. The pitch to him, swing and a miss. "12-7 Seagulls, top of the 8th. The pitch to Ayala, a cold strike at the knees, 2-2. Juiced delivers. Ayala takes a called strike 3. The Stompers load him up with 2 outs, but cannot score. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Sonoma still trails by 5. Jaden Ramos comes in to relieve Sam Schnitzer here for the 9th. Top of the order, Emilio Feliciano. It's a new man in the batter's box. It's Sebastian Olteras, and he takes a strike 1-1. To the bench go the Seagulls. The pitch, Olteras takes low, inside 2-1. Feliciano's day ends 0 for 4 with a walk. Ramos has to attack in this spot. The team down 5. You just want to get the bats back up with a chance. The pitch is bounced foul at the plate. The count now level at 2-2. Ninth inning. 12-7 your score. Beg your pardon, last of the 8th. Stompers have been shut out since a Hunter Carlson 3-run home run in the 4th. Ramos's pitch. Olteras takes a called strike 3. Right down the middle. Olteras caught a watching. Ramos strikes out the first man he faces in the 8th.
Now batting number 9,
Davis German will get a 6th plate appearance, a flyout, a single, a strikeout, a sac fly, and another single. Ramos works out of the windup, squared up to home plate, sets at the belt, rocks and comes home. Swing and a miss. The Stompers, needing a 5-run rally, will have Misael Europero, Nick Sebastiani, and Connor Johnston. That's if Ramos can hold it at just 5. The pitch. Swing and a miss again, 0-2. Oh-2 pitch. Just misses high. A very competitive offer from Ramos, whose arm looks pretty live here, despite having to watch over 3 hours of baseball in a cold Stomper dugout. Struck him out swinging. Jaden Ramos, back-to-back punch-outs in the 8th. We'll see who will hit in the spot of Tanner Wall. It's Bryce Brooks, redshirted at De Anza. 0 for 1 with a K this summer. Digging in from the right side. Ramos's pitch is low. For Ramos, you just have to give your guys a shot in the 9th. Sonoma gave up 11 of the 12 runs in a 2-inning span, the 4th and the 5th. Ramos's pitch fouled into the glove of Bonfili, 1-1. (12-7) Seagull lead. 1-1 offer, just high again. 2-1. Stompers back home tomorrow, 6:05 start against the Alameda Merchants. You can catch that one. We'll have a video stream, of course, for a home game. You can catch that one with a 5:45 pregame. Ramos is 2-1. Foul back to the screen, 2-2. Ramos a pitch away from striking out the side. Ramos looks comfortable from the windup. He's squared up to home plate, and then he's going to pivot that back right foot, kick, and fire. Struck him out looking. 3 strikeouts from Jaden Ramos. Zach Pace has to like what he's seen in this 9th inning. Now, in this 8th inning, the bats need to come alive in the 9th. 12-7. Stompers last wraps when we return.
What if it's a 2-out rally? I'm already wrapped the blanket up.
Stomps need some runs real bad. They trail at 12-7 as we enter the ninth against a new arm for the Seagulls. It's 6'2", 215-pound right-hander Connor Wood, who redshirted his freshman season at Skagit Valley College. He'll face Misael Uripero to start the inning. Then Nick Sebastiani. Connor Johnson, if anyone reaches Ben Sebastiani, will hit. Lefty, righty, lefty. Misael Uripero leads things off for the Stompers. Shortstop shaded way into the hole. And Uripero takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. Stompers need a lot of base runners before they can start thinking about a comeback. And that's where it would have been nice to get a couple of those runs home in the 8th. Stompers loaded him up but could not score. The pitch to Uripero misses. Couple of close pitches to start the inning. Uripero ahead 2-0. The pitch misses again, 3-0. 3 close pitches. They all go the way of the hitter, Misael. Looking to draw his 3rd walk. And he takes outside ball 4. Stompers need to do a whole lot of that here in the 9th. It's Nick Sebastiani's chance. Still looking to get a hit today. He's grounded out a couple times. Once was a double play. Once just went 4-3. He also struck out looking and walked. A check on first base. Uripero back. Very tall righty. Stares in to get the sign. Checks first and delivers. There's a called strike. Wood's first strike of the evening. Sebastiani, right-handed hitter, bounces this one through the left side. A single for Nick Sebastiani. And the Stompers are making things a little bit interesting here in the 9th. Connor Johnston, 0 for 4, digs in from the left side. That's baseball. That's not the hardest hit ball off the bat of Sebastiani. Sort of just chopped it, and it finds a hole in between short and third. Hitting room in right center. Johnston fouls it back to the screen, nothing in one. From second leads Europero. From first is Nick Sebastiani. Connor Johnston, the hitter. Wood comes home. Johnston bounces it towards second. A high hop and kicks into right field. Europero's going to come around to score. It's a bad hop, but it counts as a single. Here come the Stomps. Runners at the corners. Sonoma still kicking here in the ninth. Nick Sebastiani goes first to third. That's the Stompers' first run since the fourth inning. And there's still nobody out. Huge spot for Ben Sebastiani. At the very least, trying to get his cousin Nick home from third base. Johnston not running. Sebastiani takes a called strike. Stompers trail by 4. 2 outs, nobody aboard in inning number 9. Johnston continuing trying to cause trouble. Sebastiani takes outside. That's Ben at the plate and Nick at third of the Sebastiani cousins. One pitch coming. Called strike, outside edge, 1-2. Sonoma 4 in the third, 3 in the fourth. That's all they're scoring until 1 here in the ninth. They still trail by 4. Sebastiani needs to battle from behind, 1-2. Wood stares in for the sign. Slide step pitch is low. In the inning, walk and a couple of singles. Connor Johnston hit what could have been a double play ball. It kicked up and over the head of the second baseman. Then Sebastiani in the right-hander's batter's box, awaiting a 2-2 pitch from Wood. A check on first, and Johnston safe. Very close play. Johnston trying to cause some havoc, dancing off the bag at first, and Wood, a nice move for a righty. Almost got him picked off. Two balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. Sebastiani fouls it at home plate. He continues to battle. We'll do it again from 2-2. Connor Wood working very, very slowly here with men on base. Andrew Bonfili on deck. He represents the tying run. And Sebastiani has to get a board for him first. 2-2 pitch. Another check on first. Johnston back again. You wonder how many times where he can do that before Johnston either takes off for second or we see one of these balls kick away. Johnston still dancing off the bag. Clearly has Wood thinking about him. Instead he comes home. Sebastiani fouls it back to the screen. It's been a wild one. Our Seagulls had scored 11 straight until the Stompers got one across here in the ninth. They trail at 12-8 with runners at the corners and nobody out. A 2-2 offer on the way to Ben Sebastiani. Johnston finally runs and Sebastiani strikes out swinging. Johnston takes second on the stolen base. Sebastiani strikes out for the 3rd time today. It's the first one for Wood. And now it's Andrew Bonfili getting his 2nd trip. He came in defensively to replace McCown. Bonfili takes a pitch that misses high, 1-0. Trent Keys on deck, and then Tino Vassell. The Stompers just have to get it to their big bats. In the lineup, the pitch to Bonfili, high and in, 2-0. And if Andrew can draw a walk, the Stompers will bring the tying run to the plate here in the 9th. A ball in the gap or over the center fielder's head. Ball could roll forever. 2-0, Bonfili takes, inside corner, called strike, 2-1. We approach the 3.5 hour mark here in San Bruno. We still need a conclusion. The pitch to Bonfili is bounced to shortstop. It's through into left field. It's a base hit and an RBI for Andrew Bonfili. Trent Keys comes to the plate as the tying run here in the 9th. It would not be the Stompers and the Seagulls without a little bit of drama. Here we go. The Stompers with 2 seeing eye singles here in this 9th inning. That's just a ground ball that finds a hole. Nick Sebastiani's single kicked up over the head of the second baseman. Tying run at the plate in Keys. Runners at the corners for Sonoma. Keys a lefty. Wood comes home. Trent fouls it back to the screen. Stompers need to do anything they can to try and get Hunter Carlson to the plate. He's homered twice, singled, and walked. He's currently in the hole. It's Keys and Vassell before they get to the powerful lefty from Georgia State. Hitting room on the right side of the infield. The pitch to Keys is bounced into right field yet again. Here comes Connor Johnson from third. Bonfili goes first to third. The Stompers have the go-ahead run at the plate. It's 12-10 San Francisco. You put the ball in play, good things will happen. The Stompers have 3 little ground ball singles in the frame. Tino Vassell at the plate and Hunter Carlson in the on-deck circle. Keys has been aboard 4 times tonight. Bonfili was the man who went first to third at that time. The Seagulls were in a similar situation on opening day against Menlo Park. They saw a 12-5 lead turn into a 12-11 final. The Stompers looking for a little bit of late inning magic on the road. Tino Vassell's a left-handed hitter. He's walked twice and singled. He's 1 for 3. Runners at the corners. The pitch to Vassell is low, 1-0. Some light throwing in the bullpen for San Francisco. Vassell a lefty. Wood a righty. Wood checks first and comes home. Vassell takes a called strike, top of the zone, 1-1. 12-10 your score. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate. Connor Wood pitches. Vassell hits it foul towards the Stomper dugout down the third base line. And barring a double play, Hunter Carlson will come to the plate. We'll see if they send Keys from first on the 1-2. They don't. Vassell fouls it back to the screen. Great battle here from the Stomper third baseman. Vassell plays his college ball at USF, about 30 minutes north of here in San Francisco. We set you up. Runners at the corners, 1 out. 1-2 pitch coming to Vassell with the Stompers down 2 in the 9th. A pick on first. Keys is back with a dive. Connor Wood, a very nice move for a righty pitcher. Sonoma have plated 3 in the inning. They need 2 more to tie it, 3 to take the lead. Connor Wood's 1-2 pitch. Vassell hits it in the air to left field. Chasing over his Heflin. He's not going to get there. It's a fair ball. It's rolling all the way into the corner. 1 run's going to score. Here comes Trent Keys. The throw to third is not in time. It's a 1-out, 2-run, game-tying triple for Tino Vassell. The Stompers have come all the way back. We're level at 12 here in the 9th. Tino Vassell, the biggest swing of the Stompers season so far. That's a line drive to the opposite field, straight down the line. A 5 spot in the inning, and they're going to intentionally walk Hunter Carlson. My goodness. What a sequence here in San Francisco. One of the wildest baseball games I've ever seen. And that's quite the respect moment for Hunter Carlson. Bryce and I all have a chance to make him pay. The 9th man to hit in the inning for Sonoma. The pitch is low, ball 1. This inning, the Stompers have gone walk, single, single, strikeout, single, single, triple by Vassell to tie it, and now an intentional walk. Ayala at the plate from the right side. Wood from the slide step misses up and away. Misael Uripera, who led off this inning, waits on deck. Stompers have small balled their way back into this thing. That was Vassell's 2nd triple of the year. 2-0 to Ayala, low 3-0. It's an all-timer here on a Saturday in San Bruno. Ayala ahead in the count, 3-0. The pitch. High ball 4. How do you like that? You intentionally walk Hunter Carlson, and then Wood, a 4-pitch walk to Ayala, loads the bases. I think this is going to be the end of the line for Wood. Here comes Mark Caviglia. He's going to make the call. A righty out of the bullpen for San Francisco. The Stompers have scored 5 times in the 9th. 3 more chances on the bases. We'll come back for the rest of this 9th inning next. 12-12. The Stompers have them loaded with just 1 out. Bases loaded for the Stompers in the 9th. Sonoma's already plated 5 runs in the frame to come back from down 12-7. They have the bases loaded with just 1 out. And JB Ferreira will come in to pitch. Faria, beg your pardon. He'll face Misael Europera. Europera walked to start this inning. First baseman Lamoth playing in front of the runner. Stompers have to try and do anything to take this lead here. The pitch to Europero, he swings and misses, nothing in one. Faria gave up 7 earned runs in 2.2 innings at De Anza. Here he comes into the toughest spot. Tie game in the 9th, bases loaded, just 1 out. The pitch to Misael is high 1-0. No place to put the All-Horizon League freshman. Beg your pardon, the count's 1-1. What a rally from Sonoma. They're trying to finish it off by taking the lead and thus the victory. That one's way high. Keller Osmond up and loosening in the bullpen. Maybe Jaden Ramos has had too long in between, but he struck out the side in the bottom of the 8th. An 8th inning that looks so much more crucial now that the Stompers have hung a 5 spot. Bases full for Sonoma. Europero ahead in the count. The 2-1. Way high 3-1. One more wide one would complete the comeback for the Stomps. Sonoma dugout loving it down the third base line. Hitters count for Europero. Faria's 3-1 pitch. High ball 4, Stomps lead. A 6-run 9th inning. Sonoma 13, San Francisco 12. How do you like that? Europero's walked 4 times tonight, twice in this 9th inning, and Nick Sebastiani has a chance. I mean, the wheels have been off the wagon for 2.5 hours. I don't even know what comes after that. The pitch to Sebastiani is a called strike at the knees. Tino Vassell's made his way back to the dugout getting congratulations. It was his triple that tied this game at 12. The Stompers have him loaded. The pitch to Sebastiani. A called strike again, 0-2. Now you want to get greedy if you're the Stomps. You want a lot more than just a 1-run cushion. Six runs home in the inning. Sebastiani has to shorten up here and try and get the run home from third. There's a Stomper at every base. The 0-2 is low outside 1-2. Carlson's at third. He was intentionally walked. Ayala at second and Europero drew them by themselves. The 1-2. Sebastiani pops it up down the right field line. It's foul and out of play. He'll see another one. An instant classic here at San Bruno Park. This is the 3rd time in 4 games dating back to last season the Stompers have scored 13 or more runs here. Right on right. Faria against Sebastiani. The 1-2 pitch is hit to center field. Moving over is German and back. It should be deep enough. He makes the catch. Tagging and coming across the score is Carlson. Ayala is going to go to third, and that's a much-needed insurance run. The Stompers have doubled their score here in the 9th inning. They had 7 through 8 innings, 7 here in the 9th. Sonoma leads at 14-12. Connor Johnson swings. He hits this one to center. German going over, still going over, and he runs it down in the alley. But the Stompers score 7 times. They've come back from down 12-7 to lead by 2. I mean, what else can happen in this one? The Stomps need to lock it down. They turn to Keller Osmond to do it. 14-12 Sonoma. What has to be a thrilling conclusion will be next. In one of the craziest baseball games I've ever seen, the Stompers and the Seagulls have both blown 6-run leads. The Stompers got the second comeback. They lead it 14-12, and Keller Osmond comes in for the 9th inning. Brandon Swanson from the College of Southern Nevada will dig in from the right side against the new man, Keller Osmond. Osmond against Swanson. Keller's pitch right through the heart, 0-1. Zach Pace has been around baseball his entire life. I wonder if he's seen a game like this. Osmond's delivery misses inside. Osmond's been watching this game for 3 hours and 40 minutes from the Stomper bullpen. It's 55 degrees. His pitch is hit hard past Tino Vassell, and it's going to go into the corner. Running over to cut it off is Sebastiani, and they hold him to a single. I don't know what happened there. Tino Vassell wasn't looking at the ball. A.J. Hurtado comes in. And so now the tying run is at the plate, and the Seagulls will have 3 chances to get it. Osmond looking to turn a double play. That run at first doesn't matter. It's the man at the plate, and that's the tying run. And it's Hurtado who's been on base 4 times. The pitch from Osmond misses low inside. Keller from Puebla, Colorado, played last year at Colorado State Puebla. Sporting the 3/4 long sleeve under the Stomper Road gray. Takes a look at first and delivers low, 2-0. Base runner is sort of the worst case scenario here for the Stomps. Wanted a easy, clean 9th, but in no world is that what this game was going to deliver. Osmond's 2-0. Misses somewhere, it's 3-0. It's a very close pitch from Osmond. 3-0, misses inside ball 4. And there's first and second for the Seagulls with nobody out. Andrew Bonfili is going to go to the mound to try and settle down Keller Osmond. Cade Heflin In for the 6th time. He grounded out, singled, grounded out again, singled again, and was hit by a pitch. He represents the winning run with nobody out in the 9th. Stompers and Keller Osbin just need outs. Working from the stretch, sets below the belt and fires. First pitch, fastball in there for a called strike. Something you know Osbin has. He's shown he can throw strikes already this year for Sonoma. Right on left here against Heflin, the pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Big pitch, and now you're out in front if you're Keller Osbin. No balls, 2 strikes. Keller's 0-2 is bounced towards second. Europero knocks it down. His throw to second. Ayala can't pick it up cleanly. The bases are loaded on the error by the second baseman, Europero. Oh no, it was a tailor-made double play ball. If you're Osbin, you have to get that again. The play for Europero, you have to get at least one out. He knocked it down and then couldn't get the glove flip over to Ayala cleanly. Bases loaded, nobody out. Hunter Carlson's turn to go settle down Osbin. Bases loaded, no one out for Derek Waldvogel. Costly error on Europero. That could have been the 2-ball. They try and get it against Waldvogel. Osbin comes set at the belt and delivers to the plate. Called strike 1. Keller's 0-1. Bonfili can't squeeze it. It's called a ball. The Stompers trailed it 12-7 going to the top of the 9th. They scored 7 runs. They now hold a 14-12 lead. The Seagulls have the bases loaded with nobody out. The 1-1 from Osbin. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Pumped a heater right by him. Seagulls trying to keep their 2-0 start alive. Stompers looking to move to 3-1 and complete this 7-run comeback. Osbin in front in the count 1-2. The pitch misses low outside 2-2. Can't walk him here. That would force in a run. Single walk and an error. The bases are loaded with nobody out for the Seagulls, down by 2. Osbin's 2-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging! A much-needed first out in the frame. And now Blake Cowens digs in. A double play can end it for the Stompers. A ball in the gap could walk it off for San Francisco. Osbin just trying to get out any way that he can. Tying run at second, winning run at first. Cowens the hitter. Osbin comes set and delivers. First pitch is cut on and missed. 0-1. Jake Brewer, who's come up through the Seagulls Academy. Seagull lifer would be next. Osbin's 0-1. Right there for a called strike 2. The drama continues to build here at San Bruno Park. Bases loaded, 1 out. Keller Osbin has Blake Cowens in an 0-2 hole. The pitch. Struck him out swinging! Good morning, good afternoon, good night, Mr. Cowens. Osbin is 1 out away from putting this ball game to bed. Jake Brewer spent his whole life sporting the Seagull uniform. He played for the youth teams. He coaches the youth camp, and now he comes up to win it. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-run game. Osmond pitches, just misses for ball 1. No, this has been something else. Stompers got to get an out anywhere. The 1-0 offer. Brewer fouls it at home plate, 1-1. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Stompers 14, Seagulls 12. We're nearing the 4-hour mark of this ball game here on a Saturday night. Osmond comes set below the belt to the plate. Brewer swings and misses. The count's 1-2. Osmond 1 strike away from getting out of a bases loaded, no out jam to complete a 7-run comeback. One ball and 2 strikes. Keller Osmond pitches. Struck him out swinging! The 2026 Stompers have juice, baby! A 7-run comeback for Sonoma. 14-12 the final in San Bruno. How do you like that? Sonoma trailed this ball game by the score of 12-7 when we entered inning number 9. And you know what that final scoreboard says? The visitors 14, the home team 12. This is one of the biggest regular season wins of the Zach Pace era. We've learned a whole lot about this team. What a bus ride home this ball club's going to have heading back to Sonoma. And you got to give this team so much credit. They jumped out to a huge lead, 7-1. They saw that lead disappear in the course of 2 innings to 12-7. And then they enter the 9th inning with 5 consecutive zeros in their run column. 7 runs came across in the 9th. And Sonoma beats San Francisco by the final score of 14-12 in one of the wildest ball games you ever will see. Your winning pitcher is Jaden Ramos. The loss goes to Connor Wood, and the save goes to Keller Osmond. I think the Stomps found their closer. It's Jones, Cortez, Rowland, Schnitzer, Ramos, and Osmond. Hats off to this coaching staff, and hats off to everyone who stuck with us here on the YouTube. This game took 3 hours and 15 minutes. Sonoma wins it by the final score of 14-12. For Nate Martin, I'm Kieran Costa, wrapping up our coverage. San Francisco falls to 2-1. Sonoma improves to 3-1. I'm Kieran Costa saying so long from San Bruno.